talking with Quibbles with Coffee about narcissism. I think he's saying some things in response to me that are very enabling of narcissistic abuse.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good.
Let's pop this up here. Okay, let's do this. All right. All right, buddy.
Buddy, that's pretty intense. Are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
On what? On Twitch or on YouTube?
I'm on Twitch and YouTube, but mainly my main one's YouTube, but I'm also on Kick, but okay. So I posted a tweet. You didn't like it. We disagreed about a lot of things. So I think at a couple points in this conversation, like we're gonna have to like make sure we're talking about the same things.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna show this video because I can put this up. So I posted about this video, and I said that this person's a narcissist.
You good? She not good.
Why do you always do this? Can you please stop?
She's caught.
Please?
You're caught. Oh! Hey, you're getting posted. I will never trust bitches again. I swear to God. Go ahead. She's sick. Hey, I'm stuck in this car though. She gotta take me home, but damn, I would never trust bitches again. On Jesus Christ. Why she jumping? She stood this bitch crying. Oh God. Hey, what's the move though? You good?
Okay. Has the audience seen it?
Why do you always do this?
All right, that's it.
All right, sweet. Yeah. Okay. So, do you want to first give your take on it, or?
Oh yeah, I think so. Okay, so one thing we gotta establish here. When I say narcissist, I'm not a professional. My diagnosis. And I have a completely valid within the field of psychology perspective that a diagnosis of a personality disorder is essentially you're just pathologizing behavior, and I'm a behavioralist. So the behavior that he is exhibiting is narcissism. That's, if it was a pattern, it would be like something that would be a narcissistic person. This is one event, but she says, "Why do you always do this?" And the way he's acting, I don't think that this is just a singular event. That's my belief. I think that just
to clarify, a singular event of what?
Of narcissistic abuse. Okay, so what he's doing here.
What specific behavior do you think that he's guilty of in this situation?
Okay, so she cheats on him, and he discovers it. He takes out his phone and he starts filming her sexts with this other person. And then starts filming her while she's driving. She can't escape. She tries to cover her face, but she's unable to cover her face because she's driving. There's not much she can do. There's not much she can do to defend herself. The best thing she could have done, which I think she should have done, is she should have stopped the car and told him to get out. But if she did that, it would make her look even worse. Such is the case with all narcissistic abuse. And the thing that a narcissist does is you bruise their ego, which she did by cheating on him. Cheating is wrong. And then they use that, okay, now I have complete carte blanche to be as abusive and fucked up to you as I possibly can, and it's totally okay as long as I'm not breaking any fucking laws. I'll just do the most shitty, awful thing. He tells her he's going to post it online. He did post it, and now we're talking about it. And just because someone does something bad doesn't justify doing horrible things to them. And then if she did stop the car and tell him to get out, that'll make her look even worse. Look at this fucking bitch that cheats on a man and then has the nerve to kick him out of the car. It would make her look even worse. There's no winning. That's incredibly abusive situation. It's absolutely fucked up and unacceptable.
Okay, so your concerns are that filming her is bad. That specifically filming her while she's driving is bad.
No,
that filming sex.
No, it doesn't matter if the driving makes it worse because she can't escape, and he knows that she can't stop it. Filming, so showing the sex is bad. But the filming her because she did something bad to post it online so that he can out her is for cheating. That's not acceptable. Like let's say you don't shower and I try to blast you online because you don't fucking shower. That's just not appropriate.
Hold up. This is multiple things. Let's just take this one by one. So, okay. Do you think void context that filming a partner is bad?
No. If a partner consents to you filming them, then it's okay. Clearly she doesn't.
Do you think there are ever circumstances where it's acceptable to film a partner
when they don't consent?
When they don't consent?
No.
What about if you're filming an ongoing, domestic violence situation?
Yes.
Okay, so there are situations where filming someone would be acceptable.
Yeah. If you're worried, if you're worried about your safety, then filming someone is actually a very good idea.
Hold on.
Posting it online. So wait. No, hold on.
Matt, I want to clarify my question.
But wait. There's two things. You're smuggling something in.
I'm not
posting it, filming it, and posting it are different.
I understand that. I'm trying to clarify the question.
So I want to say that for the chat or whatever, anybody fucking listening, so that you can't smuggle that in.
Sure. Posting it online is a different thing. I'm talking about filming, right?
Okay.
So at a filming level, it is acceptable to film someone even if you are not stopping the action, so that then you have evidence of the action, right?
What do you mean by not stopping it?
Well, okay, if someone is engaging in sexual misconduct against you, which obviously, to clarify, this is not an example of rape or anything, right? But if someone was engaged in rape, right, it would be acceptable to film that even if you weren't able to stop it in the moment so that you had evidence of it having occurred, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's acceptable to film poor behavior by an intimate partner.
No. It is acceptable to film. No, it's not. Poor behavior is not that's why I made the comparison to someone that doesn't shower. Cheating is not illegal. Cheating is not a violation of any of your rights. You're not in any danger. If you're in danger, filming is absolutely. And also, I don't think it's wrong to film someone without posting it. You can film someone without but he said I'm posting this to her while doing it. So it was already a threat, a promise that I'm going to harm you.
We've got to take this one by one, right? Okay. It doesn't work if we take all of these simultaneously. We've got to take the filming component, then we can get to the filming while driving component, then we get to the filming, the sex component, then we can get to the filming and posting component, right? But we can't have all of these conversations muddled into one conversation. They have to be separate. Do you grant that?
No, I don't agree that they have to be separate because they all happen at the same time.
I understand that, but in order to be able to figure out the ethics of a situation, there are multiple.
You have to remove context.
No, I'm trying to get context. You have to understand each of these as individual points, and then we can look at them as a cohesive unit. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just the filming component. Do you ever think that it's appropriate? You said if it's illegal behavior, even if you can't stop the illegal behavior can be recorded for posterity or whatever, right?
I think you can just record people. I don't know the laws, but I don't really have a problem with just recording people. But if if they say they don't consent to it, then you don't post it. Like there's like a level of like wiggle room where like, oh, yeah, I recorded you, but posting it online is where the consent is incredibly important.
Okay. But we're still talking about the filming. We're not on the posting.
Yeah, people can film shit. I don't really care about that.
Okay. So how about legal components? Legal behavior also okay to film?
I just said that, yeah. Like,
Okay.
I don't know
Legal
about the
behavior.
legality of it, but I that's not what I have issue with.
Well, okay. So cheating is something that is bad, you would grant.
Yes.
And it is something that is legal, obviously, as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this legal behavior can be recorded, even though recording it doesn't stop it.
No, I don't agree. I think in this context, she is incredibly upset. It's so I think recording someone in the middle of a fight where they're like emotionally like he's doing this to humiliate her. I don't think that's acceptable. I think that is a form of intimidation, and it is an abuse tactic.
Okay, so recording. So now we need to split this. So there's the recording question, and there's the being seen recording question. Those are two different things in your mind.
No. It's not that he's being seen. It's not that he's being seen being recorded. It's the context of it being in the middle of a fight, and he's doing it to humiliate her and emotionally dysregulate her.
But the humiliation that you're talking about is only there if she's aware that she's being recorded. So I'm asking, if he had this on dash cam, right? Would it be different in your mind?
Considering that he said, "I'm gonna post this," and he put it in her face.
We're still talking about the filming. We're not talking about the posting.
Okay, if he said, if it was on dash cam and he said, "I'm gonna post this," if it was on dash cam,
we're not talking about that component. We're talking about the filming itself.
I'm trying to give you context where I would not be okay with it, and I'm trying to give you context where I would be okay with it. You're trying to make me make a blanket statement, but clearly that's not my position.
Just to clarify, I'm not trying to get a blanket statement. I'm trying to figure out if there's a situation where the filming itself would be appropriate, right? When you say there is a situation where it would be appropriate, that's not to say that every single situation.
I can think of a situation where literally anything in the world. I can think of a situation where rape would be appropriate. If he had a dash cam that was on 24, that's not. Oh my God! I can make up some crazy extreme.
This
hypothetical.
is not a crazy hypothetical. The question is,
it's not. It's less extreme than rape being appropriate. So if he had a dash cam on 24/7 and like it happened to be recording, then them fighting, it's like, well. Yeah, that's not a malicious act. It's fucking always on. She probably would have known about it too.
Okay. So if there's a recording, but she's not aware that there's a recording, that's not pressure on her. But because she's aware that there's a recording, that's pressure on her.
She's aware that it's a recording, and that he said he's going to post it, and that he pointed it at her sexts, and that he pointed it at her face.
Okay, Smith, again, we've got to be able to take this one at a time.
No, it's a constellation of things. It's not.
I understand.
You can pick out any one of these things, and we can say it's not abusive.
Smith, if you're not able to look at each question as individual questions in order to get a broader understanding of one another's views, there's no ability to actually get to any nuance.
Okay, if you want to understand my view, if you want to understand,
we're not even at the debate yet. I'm still trying to understand what you're already incredibly.
If you want to understand my view,
I haven't even said an opinion yet. I've exclusively asked you clarifying questions, and you're already very frustrated. It's weird.
If you want to understand my view, then my view is that it is a constellation of different things that makes it abuse. Okay, it's not any one isolated type thing. This is abuse. Okay.
That's fine. I'm trying to understand which components of that constellation are relevant and which components of this constellation are not relevant.
That's why I keep repeating myself and you keep telling me to stop. So the components that are relevant is the fact that he is filming her, pointing it at her sex, so she doesn't know how explicit this stuff is. He's laughing at her, he's saying he's going to post it, and he films her face. He mocks her, telling her, "Oh, you can't leave. She can't escape me right now, so I'm filming this," and he's laughing about that. That's fucked up. No.
Okay. The inability to escape, I understand that we haven't gotten there yet.
No. You just asked me a question. I answered it. You asked me which things are appropriate, which things are the reasons that I think it's abusive, and I just told you those things.
I'm trying to clarify something. The posting we haven't gotten to yet. The filming of the sex we haven't gotten to yet. The fact that she was driving we haven't gotten to yet. I'm still trying to understand the filming itself as an act, right?
Okay.
You have said that there are situations where filming someone, even without their consent, is appropriate.
I just
I'm
don't
trying
care.
to understand.
I don't know if it's appropriate. I just don't
Like,
care.
When you say you don't care, you're literally describing it as appropriate.
To me.
That's identical.
Or it could be inappropriate to some level, but it's not, I don't, whatever.
Okay, that you're saying that it's appropriate. If you say that it's like something that you don't care about.
I mean, it's all of it depends on, so in isolation, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It I feel like, in isolation, listen, I'm trying to explain to you why it makes no sense, because so you say you have a constant dash cam footage and somebody doesn't know that you have that, and they do something in your car that like would be humiliating and stuff if other people saw it, that would be unacceptable. But if they do know about it and like you just constantly have a dash cam footage, then that's fine. It's not the filming that ever makes, it's not ever the filming that makes something inappropriate. It is the context around it always.
No,
well,
I don't.
That's what I think.
Okay, so let me explain why I don't agree with that. There are situations where filming in and of itself is a problem, right?
Okay.
So, for example, I would say that filming in and of itself, if a person is naked, which she wasn't in any of the photos that were shown, is in and of itself a problem, right? Like the filming itself.
No.
Without someone's consent? Really?
Yeah, no. Okay, there you go. You just said the thing that makes it inappropriate. It's not the filming itself. It is the consent.
We're talking about one party consent filming. Obviously, that's the context that we're talking about. Yes. The context of filming someone naked without their consent,
without their consent.
Bad.
Yep. Without their consent. Yeah, filming someone naked without their consent is bad. If it's with their consent, it's not bad. So it's not so you want to isolate it as filming. It's not the filming. Period. You've agreed with me.
Okay. When I say filming, just for the rest of this conversation, just like
consent?
Fill in the obvious like second half of the sentence.
Okay.
Which is,
how am I not allowed to fill in obvious second halves of sentences, but you are? I'm not gonna do that. If you want to isolate it to one fucking retarded thing, then we're gonna do one fucking retarded thing.
Smith, it's okay. You're gonna be fine. Okay.
Fuck you.
I'm asking, just so that this is a smoother conversation, right?
No.
Okay. Out of love and respect. Okay. I would like for you to just recognize that is what I would like to be talking about. When I say filming, I'm saying one-party consent filming.
What does that mean to you? What is one-party consent? That's a legal term.
Yeah, one-party consent as in one person. The person filming has decided to film, but the person who is being filmed has not agreed to be filmed.
Okay, so you're so filming somebody nude that they have not consented to being filmed, but because you consent to filming them, that it's okay. Yeah. No, it's not okay.
Cool. So one-party consent filming, right? If you're if you're like walking down the street and there's someone in the background as you're like Skyping someone or like, whatever, calling someone, video calling them, like that's fine, right?
It's like, I think it's a little bit iffy, but depends on what you're doing with the footage.
I'm just literally like talking to a friend from high school. And I'm just like,
sure,
hey,
that's totally
here's
fine.
my phone.
To me, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that's fine. But
you're using a legal term. But we're talking about what I think. What I think is not.
Sure, fine. What term do you want to use for one party consent other than something like one party
lack of consent? Because so when you use the word consent, it makes it sound like the person being filmed is consenting. So
that's why it's called one party consent.
Okay, well, that's a legal term, and in the context of this conversation, we're not talking about this wasn't a legal conversation. You're asking me about what I think.
That's why I'm asking.
Right. So don't use the legal term.
Sure. So what term do you want to use for one party
just consent? Filming without consent.
But it's not okay. It's not filming without consent.
The person being filmed, the consent there is no situation. I can think of a fucking crazy situation, but there's no reasonable situation where the person filming doesn't consent to filming. You've smuggled in the word consent for
no
like it makes no
situation
sense
where-
to tie the word consent to this, because if you're filming something, you obviously consent to filming it.
Huh. I'm deciding if that's worth pushing back on. It's not. Okay, fine. Sure. Let's go with that. Okay, so filming without consent. You're okay with the person being filmed without consent if they're just walking down the street and someone else is on a voice call. That's fine.
I don't really care about it. I don't know if it's fine. I just don't care.
Okay. What is when you say you don't care, but you don't know if it's fine? What does that mean to you?
Okay, because what if the person doesn't actually want that to happen? Then I would care, but I also really, I mean, then okay,
You just said you
not
don't
that I care. No, actually, it's the wrong word. It's not that I would. I don't care, but like, let's say that you're on a Skype call and then someone doesn't want you, like, hey, I don't want to be on your fucking Skype call, because especially when they don't know what is being what is being done with the footage, then that would make them uncomfortable. And yeah, like that is they don't like it. It's a little bit less good. It's causing like distress. You're causing public it's just bad. But I mean, I don't care enough. I think people should be able to have to put up with that bullshit to some extent.
So the implication there is that you're balancing two different like issues. One of the issues there is that there are a lot of people who experience value from being able to be on call with people when they're walking down the street,
Yeah.
or being able to take photos of, beautiful monuments. And there are people who are at those beautiful monuments who are going to be in those pictures. And so if you are in front of the White House, you are likely to have photos taken of you. And
Yeah.
that sort of comes with the territory, and too bad, even if it's a little annoying to you.
Yeah, my judgment about the ethics or my moral values don't align. Like it is never in any situation the filming itself that makes something ethical or unethical by my standards. Or I guess in the case, we're not talking ethics, we're talking morals, because ethics are objective standards across the board. We're talking my moral opinion.
I don't believe that. I think that there are situations where you'd be unhappy with the recording in and of itself. So for example,
Okay.
So for example, let's say that someone has sat down on an airplane, right? And other people are still coming in on the airplane, and they slip their phone out into the aisle and take a picture of someone's skirt. Well, even if they immediately delete that photo, just taking the photo in and of itself, I would say, and presumably you would agree, is inappropriate, right?
No, not in and of itself. It is like the context. It's not the fact that they took a photo. It's what they're doing. Like they took a photo up someone's skirt. It is literally the context, not the fact they took a photo. If it was a photo of a monument, I wouldn't care. It is not the thing that is the.
Okay, so when you say you're okay with taking a photo, you're saying just like void context, turning on your camera is okay.
Yes. Yeah.
But what you're taking a photo of can be inappropriate.
Makes it bad, yes.
Okay. So even if you're not doing anything with the photo, taking a photo in and of itself can be bad dependent on what's being photographed.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's what I'm asking. I want to clarify that, because
So-
this is an example of a situation where I think it is bad to take the photo in and of itself. Right?
So what you are doing with it makes it way more bad or way less bad.
But that's what I'm saying.
I think it's way less bad to like take photos of people in public and then go jerk off to it, but it's also bad because you're posing like if you are risking someone seeing you do that, I think that's sexual harassment. So it's not like you are like making porn of them or anything. It's like a private act, but it's sexual harassment. But if you were going to post it online, now it's beyond sexual. It's a sex crime,
Cool.
or it's two sex
Cool.
crimes. It's yeah.
But so taking the photo in and of itself can be sexual harassment.
Yes.
Okay, I agree with you. Awesome. Okay, so that's the situation.
No, not in and of itself. It's not. It's taking the photo like up someone's skirt.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Taking the photo up someone's skirt in and of itself is a sex crime, beyond even if you immediately delete it. Okay, cool. Okay, so if that's the situation, there are situations where filming is bad. is it bad to take a photo of someone or take a film of someone in a situation where they can't leave easily?
It depends on if they consent to it. That's basically that.
I'm saying without consent. That is always going to be implied with every single question that I propose to you.
So taking a photo of someone that doesn't consent to you taking a photo. Okay, when you say no, that's still confusing, because doesn't consent is like someone who doesn't know that you're taking a photo. They don't consent because they're not informed enough to even consent. Like someone that is like literally doesn't want you to be taking the photo and knows that you're taking it, that is even more of a violation of consent. It's not even a question at that point. So consent is not a flat thing. Like there's more extreme breaches of consent, and there's less extreme breaches of consent. Like having a dash cam. So some Uber drivers, like I've heard, like have a dash cam because like they get like mugged. And so like that is a way lower violation because they can't leave in the car.
Wait,
that is a lower violation of consent than
Hold up. You just said it's a lower level of violation. Is it any level of violation?
Yes, it is a level of violation. Why? Because they didn't consent.
They didn't consent to have film taken of them.
Yeah.
But they got into his. Okay, so there's so getting into the situation of being in the car with a taxi driver does not imply that it's going to be his space and that he's going to be.
There's laws about that. I think you should be able to do that for the safety of the drivers, but I don't think they should be able to post it. But like, I think they should be able to do that. And I think it's in, if that's the case with whatever taxi service, it's in the laws. It's in the fine print.
Okay, but you just said, well, all of this is acceptable.
Well, it's still unconsensual.
State.
If they don't know about the fine print, and they don't know that they're being filmed, they're not consenting to it.
Okay, but all of this is accepted. You're making a legal statement here,
right,
which is unfair. You shouldn't do that because you already said earlier that you didn't want to be talking about one-party consent states, right? You wanted to be having this as an ethical conversation, so it's fine. We can have an ethical conversation, not a legal one. But if we're going to do that, we should stick.
Sure, I was just trying to bite the bullet, but yeah.
Okay, so the bullet you're biting is that
it's just about the law, because it's the law is different from what I'm saying. I am saying that it is against their consent, but I don't like there's a level of breach of consent that I don't care about. Like if you don't know that it's happening and you're getting in their car and they're doing it to protect themselves and it's in the fine print, like I don't care if you don't know about it. You know what I mean? It's just.
So I have a question. Okay, so obviously exposing yourself to someone is a sex crime, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's say that I'm a devout Muslim and I don't like seeing women's ankles. Is it a sex crime for women? Is it a sense of a consent violation for women to walk around outdoors and have their ankles out?
Can you just tell me what your opinion is?
I'm trying to figure out where my opinion is that this is acceptable on his end and that what she did was inappropriate. But I'm trying to like break down piece by piece where you're at first, right?
Okay, so why do you think it was acceptable? I told you why I think it's
unacceptable. Why do I think
it's
acceptable? Because I don't think that he violated her consent in any sense, and I think that she did violate him in a way that was pretty intense.
Okay, there's the conversation. So let's talk about why.
Wait, hold on. Why are you running away from
this minutia of like?
I don't think it's minutia.
I think that
I don't think it's minutia. My point here.
I think there are things that we don't consent to technically. There are things we technically don't consent to. I'm trying to engage with the thing you said.
We can move on, but before we do, I just want to clarify the reason that I asked that.
Okay.
The reason that I asked that is that there are people who have different views of what are and are not consent violations. And when you're talking about their own like
right, I don't think that matters in this context because of the next part.
I haven't finished.
Okay.
So when you're talking about a devout Muslim or a devout Jew or whatever it is, someone who genuinely does feel violated by seeing people in what they would understand as being scantily clad clothing,
Right.
they are experiencing that as a violation of their consent. They're experiencing
Right.
that
That's true.
as though they are being exposed sexually. And
Right.
similarly, when you're talking as someone who quite clearly has a lot of concern about being filmed,
I'm
if
upset
you're
now.
talking about someone who is it is their taxi cab, and they have very good reason to be concerned because they have been abused physically and emotionally, whatever it might
It's
be.
just risk
Um,
avoidance.
yeah. So the point, though, is that I don't think it's reasonable either for you to say that it's a violation of consent for someone to have in their own taxi cab a video camera.
I
And
think
I
it
also
is.
don't think it's reasonable for a devout Muslim to say that it is a violation of their consent
It
to
is.
have women with their ankles around them.
So like the way that works is both cases it's a violation of consent, and I think the Muslim case it makes it
Not a
even more
useful.
like let me so it's a violation of consent in both cases for like for damn sure definitionally, except in the Muslim case, the like in the United States, and I hold this value too. I value the person's autonomy more than I value someone's consent to
Wait,
be
hold up.
around
Why is it not the
ankles.
autonomy? Hold up. Why is it not the autonomy of the taxi driver to film?
We value the and it's not the necessarily autonomy, because in that case it's usually the company, but we value the protection of the taxi driver. I value the taxi driver being protected from harm more than I value the person's consent to being filmed.
Okay, so the protection from harm
Yes.
of they should be able to have video cameras as protection from harm, knowing that that protection from harm for the driver could
Violates.
potentially
Yeah.
violate the
Which is why
consent
they put it
of.
in the fine print, but nobody fucking reads that.
Okay,
So
you're
if they
not.
read it, it wouldn't be a breach of
Interrupting me
consent.
before you're interrupting me as though you understand what I'm saying, but that was not an understanding of what I was saying. I just want to finish the statement.
Well, you're using an example that's incredibly confusing because, like, I think the
That's
Muslim
why you
example is
should
way
be
better.
quiet for a sentence. So
No,
that
no,
I
no.
can
It's not
explain.
just. It's not that it's confusing as if I don't understand. It's actually confusing because it's like extremely nuanced and complicated, and it's not directly correlated to exactly what you're saying. The Muslim example works way fucking better.
Okay, how about I just explain where I'm trying to get to,
Okay,
right?
that'd be
And then we
helpful.
can.
That'd be
Okay.
real helpful.
Okay. It's going to require that you like take a chill for a
Okay,
second.
go for it.
Fabulous. Okay, I support you. Okay. Wait, no, fuck. You messed me up. I lost my flow. I was in such a good flow, and then you fucked it up. Continue with your tirade. I'm sorry.
Fuck you.
You interrupted my flow.
Okay, so the difference is, you think that she consented to being filmed, and I don't.
No, I don't
Isn't
think
that
she.
what you
she
said
consented.
earlier?
I said that I don't think that her consent or non-consent to film is relevant given the situation.
Okay, why?
For the same reason that I don't think that the Muslim who does or does not want to see ankles, or for the same reason that the person in the taxi cab does or does not want to be recorded, I don't think that those are relevant questions either.
I do.
Okay, so when you say that they're relevant, are you saying that they're like relevant to the degree that they should be considered trump cards, or are you saying that they're relevant just like void context, like, hey, it'd be nice?
I think no, it's not that it'd be nice. I think that if we're going to establish the laws and standards that we hold society to regarding showing of ankles in public, then it is absolutely it does breach the consent of the Muslims that don't want to see it, and that's part of the conversation. And we're saying that we value the people's autonomy to wear clothes that show their ankles more than we value people's consent to not see ankles. So in the case of like the woman in this video, you're saying that you value the man's right to film her having a like breakdown more than her like and post it online to humiliate her more than you value her right to consent.
Okay, let's propose a situation. Let's say hypothetically that in the past that she had threatened to lie about behavior that he had engaged in, or had lied about behavior that he had engaged in with her. Would that context change your view of this story?
Yes. Actually, no. I think that would change that context would change what happened, because he wasn't filming her. That's not why he was filming her to humiliate her, to post it and humiliate her. That's what he said, and that's what happened. So like if it was the case that he like in a different world where like he films it because he's afraid that she's going to like, well actually no, that doesn't make sense, because if she's lying, okay, wait, actually, so what you're saying is he's trying to catch her talking about it because he expects her to lie in the future and he wants to hold her to what she says. So if that's...
No, that's not, Smith, that's, just to clarify, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying,
well, if she's lying in the moment, it doesn't matter because it's not on film.
Just to clarify my question.
Okay.
In the same way that the reason that the taxi cab records is in order to make sure that if there were ever a situation where someone made a claim of something happening in their taxi cab, they'd be able to say, actually, no, I was not responsible for that car crash. You were, here's the evidence.
Sure, yeah.
Actually, no, I didn't steal your wallet. Here's the evidence, right? Those are reasons that they film. So the question is there a situation where if he knew that in previous fights that she had lied about what had happened in those fights, do you think that it would be reasonable for him to record the fight?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. It would
That's
be reasonable.
not what he did, though.
Okay. So it would be
That's
reasonable.
not
in
the
that
case here.
situation. How do you know?
Because he said, I'm gonna post this online. He showed the sex. He's like, she's been caught. She's sick. And then he points at her face and he's laughing at her because she's crying. So that's, he's not...
Do you think that there could be multiple reasons for filming?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think it's possible that someone could simultaneously?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think
cool.
that the
and
fact,
how do you know that didn't happen?
I don't care, because I think the fact of him doing it to humiliate her and like and you know like cause her extreme distress overrides the other one. So if you're going to film, trying to tell you why. So if you're going to film to protect yourself so that you have a legal protection of knowing exactly what happened in that situation, you can't also then be like, I'm gonna post this online, point it at their sex so they don't even know what, like, this could have been her news and shit. Like he's releasing her private information. He absolutely does not have consent to showing the fucking sex. And then he's showing her face. He's saying that you can't leave right now. He's reminding her that she can't leave. I think all of that undermines his filming it to protect himself for future proofing. It undermines it. He is lost.
I want to clarify something because perhaps I wasn't clear. When I said filming something so that there is evidence, I wasn't necessarily exclusively saying so that there is legal evidence. I was also just saying, hey, I want there to be proof so that I can show her afterwards, actually, I didn't call you a bitch. Actually, you did say the N-word. Actually, there are lots of reasons.
That is behavior that abusive people do. Like, that's fucking insane. Like
Wait,
filming you to be like, see, no, you didn't actually. Like, because what you're trying to say, and especially when you use the word, the thing that triggers me the most is the use of the word cry bullying. And both of what you just said there and what's calling her a cry bully is, you just described a situation where theoretically, the way you're describing her is she's the narcissist. So she's the one trying to control him by crying. She's the one trying to control him by like lying and stuff. So even if she is the narcissist, and you know that she's going to lie in the future about what happened, showing her footage of what actually happened is not actually going to help you. It's just going to escalate shit. That is like retarded. The only reason to do it is for a legal defense, not for a personal thing. It doesn't make any sense.
I just want to clarify. Okay, there are many situations where there are multiple people who are doing narcissistic things in a situation, right? So the idea of that she is the narcissist or that he is the narcissist is a little bit silly, just on its face. But beyond that,
okay. The first thing I said is I'm a behaviorist. So when I use the word narcissist, I'm describing behaviors and I'm not describing pathology, because I don't actually pathologize the behavior.
Okay, so in terms of behavior, it is entirely possible that two people could engage in behaviors in the same conversation that are both narcissistic behaviors, right?
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So this isn't even relevant to the conversation. It's just I just want to clarify that when you say the narcissist, right, that is not good. That is not like an accurate, depiction of how human interactions work, right?
Okay. No, okay. So in the case of narcissistic abuse, so you keep this. I think that you are enabling narcissism. You're literally Darvoing on his behalf, because in the case of narcissistic abuse, it's always going to be the case that the victim is going to now start acting like a narcissist, because they're so a narcissist's ego is wounded, and they will now provoke you to freak out so that they have justification to be as crazy as they want. So the person so now both people are in a struggle for control, but the one person that actually has control in that situation is a narcissistic abuser. And I think he is the one who clearly actually has control in the situation, not her.
Wait, he's the one who has actual control of the situation?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's the one with the camera, he's the one making threats, and he's the one filming her sex, he's the one pointing the camera at her face, he's the one making comments about her and laughing, and say he's going to post it online later.
I have a question. Who had control 10 minutes before this recording?
I don't fucking know. I'm saying the fact of him having the thing we're talking about is the recording. The recording is the thing he has control over. He has control over her because he's recording.
Smith, the I don't fucking know is frustrating to me, right?
Why? No, we're talking about the recording.
I understand. I'm asking a question.
Okay,
right?
just asking a question.
I'm trying to get context of your views of the situation in order to be able to build my case. It's difficult to do that. It's difficult to get to nuance when you refuse to answer very basic and obvious questions, right?
Fuck you. No. That's not what's happening. It
was a very simple question. I'll repeat.
Okay, the question about what happened before the video is irrelevant. I did not refuse to answer, so that's a lie. I did say I don't know, because I obviously don't know, but the reason that question there's irrelevant is because we're talking about the video.
I will clarify the question, okay? 10 minutes before this video, right? He didn't know that she was cheating on him, right? And she did.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
That is the guess that I'm going to go with based on the overwhelming evidence in the video.
I don't see how that even matters, but sure, whatever.
Both of them making noises as if that is the case, right?
I don't know. I don't know how long he knew. I don't know how long they were talking before that. I don't know how long they were talking. Honestly, I don't know how long they were talking in between the little clips. I don't know how long they were talking in between clips. I don't know how long they were talking after. I don't know what was said in any of those situations.
I don't understand. Like what's your goal here?
I think I'm
What's
defending myself.
Your goal in this conversation?
I think that you are enabling narcissism. I think that you're literally Darvoing on his behalf. You called her a crybaby. She's just crying.
Okay, Smith, what's your goal here?
Okay, so I just told you my goal. I'm going to repeat it again in a more. No. So I think that people do this all the time. I think that people. The reason that narcissistic abuse works is people will defend the narcissist. That's characteristic of it, because they will reframe it as the other person being the abuser, even though he's clearly the one in the wrong. She's just crying. You are doing it on his behalf, reframing it as if she's in the wrong. So I want to point this out, because I think that when you say that on my post, everyone that reads it who is a victim of narcissistic abuse is now being gaslit. And
you don't know the fuck my life has been. You have no idea.
I don't care about. I'm not talking about your life. I'm talking about the people who read that.
Never experienced narcissistic abuse. That's ridiculous.
Okay? I did not say that you've never experienced it. You saying that
certainly what you just implied. Okay.
No, it is not. It is absolutely not what I implied.
I want to zoom out for a second, and I
think victims of narcissistic abuse are more likely to be enablers than anyone else.
I want to figure out what the goal is for this conversation.
I think
we've been on this call for like 40 minutes, and so far what's happened is you've been just like yelling and not letting me finish a sentence. Right.
Okay.
So I want to clarify.
You're gaslighting me right now. I'm telling you. I think that what you I think that what you are saying about this situation is enabling of narcissistic abuse, and you're saying that you're not.
Smith, you're just repeating that you disagree with me. I
Yes, we
understand
disagree.
you disagree with me.
We
I'm
disagree.
not asking what your view is at this point. I'm asking
goal?
what your goal is for the conversation.
My goal is to fight you on it.
Okay. Your goal is to fight me on it.
Yes,
What
I
does
want to stand
winning
up
look
to.
like?
I want to stand up to you.
What does winning look like in terms of this fighting
I don't
me
know.
on it?
I think I'm showing an example of what it looks like to stand up to someone
so
who
your
is
goal-
who is
so your
who is
goal-
enabling narcissistic abuse.
Is your goal to engage with me? Is your goal to like try to use me as a cudgel to show something to your audience?
I'm using you as a cudgel.
You're using me as a cudgel to engage with your audience. And so therefore the reason that you're comfortable interrupting me is to
No.
be able to just like showboat for your audience.
No, I'm comfortable interrupting you because you keep darvoing and gaslighting in this conversation. On behalf of another narcissist, and then you keep doing it to me, like making these
so I'm a
claims about,
narcissist.
like, no,
Okay,
like you're just interrupting as if I don't have a goal or something. You're trying to reframe the conversation, but we're having an actual argument, an actual conversation. You're trying to like,
I
you're trying to
haven't even
reframe it as if I have nothing to say and
argument.
as if I'm fucking crazy or something, but that's not the case. I do have things to say.
Smith.
I'm not crazy, and so
I've
just to
never
fucking
told
engage with me.
I've not called you crazy. As a
Okay,
prerequisite
whatever,
to being
okay.
able to have a
You
good
got
faith
me.
conversation, as a prerequisite to being able to have a good faith conversation, it is a requirement that you understand the other person's views, right?
Okay.
Okay. So
So do you understand my view?
I think I understand parts of your view, but I don't understand all of it. That's what I've been
What
trying
don't you
to
understand?
get to. I've been trying to build. That's why I've been keeping.
What don't
keep
you
on
understand?
asking the question. Smith,
You're trying to lead me to something. You're not trying to understand.
just take a chill. I am trying
No.
to figure out where you're at. I'm trying to let you understand where I'm at. And then
Trying
once
to
we
let
both
me
understand where we
understand?
both are at, then we can figure out why we disagree. From that point, we can then do
Okay.
all of the showboating and whatever
I think
stuff that your goal is
at
for your
multiple
audience.
points,
But it's silly
in this
because-
conversation,
because Smith,
we have
I
already
wanna
established
clarify-
points that we
I
disagree,
wanna
and you keep doing
clarify
this
why I
this
think
this
this
show
is
and
silly.
this dog and pony trick, whatever the fuck.
I want to clarify why I think this is silly, if I could.
Okay.
The reason I think this is silly is because if your goal is to showboat to an audience that already agrees with you, you're
I'm
not
not
actually
showboating.
doing anything to stop narcissistic abuse.
I disagree
You're
with
just
you.
preaching to the choir.
Sure.
And
So
if
you're
your
so
goal is to convince people,
I disagree with you,
don't
and I think that
disagree
what
yet,
you're doing
or
right
if
now
you
is abusive. I disagree with you. I think that
How
what
am I
I think I
abusing you
disagree
right
with
now?
you, and I want to stand up to you. That is my
Cool.
goal.
That's awesome. That's a totally valid goal. But the point is, if you want to actually like there are different ways of standing up to someone. One goal.
Well,
in
how
a
should I stand up
conversation-
to that satisfies what you want?
I think that you should try to engage in a level that allows both you and your audience to understand what it is that I think before you interrupt me. and
Okay,
before
what do you
start
think?
to belittle me. And I think also
You're the one belittling me, you fucking asshole. What do you think? Tell me what you think.
Okay.
You're the
Are you
one
going to
asking me these
allow
leading
me to do that?
questions. Tell me what the fuck you think.
You immediately interrupted as soon as I tried
Yeah,
to.
I'm gonna keep interrupting you if you want to go on these long, slow, condescending, and insulting tirades. So yeah, what the fuck do you think?
Oh, you started interrupting me.
What the fuck do you think? What do you think? Tell me what you think.
Can I have like 3 minutes uninterrupted?
Are you going to reframe the conversation as if I'm in the wrong for having this conversation, or I'm having it poorly? Because if you want to do that, then I'm not going to stop. So if you want to do that, then that's a conversation. But if you want to talk to the audience, I'm not going to let you talk to the audience and do that. We can have a conversation. If we're having a conversation, we can interrupt each other.
Smith. Okay.
You interrupt me too.
Clearly, the interrupting isn't working. Clearly, we're both getting frustrated right now, right? Is that fair?
It's not the interrupting. When you interrupt me, I'm fine with it. So far.
I don't believe you.
Well,
I'm not fine with it when you interrupt me.
I know.
Right?
Right.
I am generally fine with people interrupting me. I find that this specific conversation, we've talked before, and you have interrupted me before, and those situations I've been totally fine with you interrupting me in the past. But I find this specific conversation to be
You
significantly
did the same
more
exact thing
hostile.
the other time.
I did the same thing. What?
You
Do you
did
think
the
I
same.
was hostile in the previous conversation?
You did the same, like you started making these faces, doing these eyebrow things and sighing so that the audience knows how awful it is that I'm interrupting you and how egregious. So you did the same thing. I remember it.
Wait, okay. So, okay. I just made a face, so I'm sorry for making the face. I want to
There's a big thing about narcissists and their eyebrows.
Okay, so I'm a narcissist because I have eyebrows.
No, you're a narcissist. I think you're enabling narcissism, but I think the way that you're acting towards me, you're trying to control me right now.
Smith,
I'm not trying to control you.
Able to get a word in.
What you just did, you just reframed it as trying to get a word in. Get a word in. Tell me. Okay, tell me. I want to know what you think about that video that we're talking about.
Okay. I believe that, as I said in the tweet, quote, she cheated, period. He's upset. Makes clear he's leaving her. She tries to cry bully him to stay. He's laughing at the attempt because there are obvious irreconcilable differences, and failure to lens his anger through humor as a black man could scare her or represent a threat to his safety. That was the full tweet that I provided.
Yes.
I don't think I said anything other than that beyond trying to schedule this.
You followed up with another one, but that's the only one I care about. The other one said something else.
Okay. Reading that tweet, right? Did I say something that made you believe that I think that he is blameless in the situation?
Okay, so you're saying that he...
No, do you think that I said that he was blameless in that statement?
When you say that she is cry bullying,
yes,
it implies that there's nothing wrong with his behavior in this situation.
Wrong. Earlier in this very conversation, I said explicitly, I don't agree that if someone is being narcissistic, if someone is doing something bad, that guarantees the other person is blameless.
Okay. I think
I simply said that she's cry bullying. I didn't say anything that he's being a lovey-dovey great boyfriend.
Right, you didn't say that, but I think that you only talked about how she is in the wrong cry bullying, and I think that saying that she's cry bullying like extremely is extremely implicus. I don't think that's a word. But I think it extremely implies, like, because for her to be cry bullying, it means that he is like, so if she's cry bullying in defense of herself because he is like in the wrong, then that is just mutual thing. But you're saying that the blame is on her for cry bullying, and that's wrong.
I think that the cry bullying itself is wrong. I think that he did things wrong as well. I think that the cheating in and of itself is wrong also.
Okay, so here's the thing. I don't think that her crying. So first of all, I don't think it's cry bullying. She's just crying. Let's say that. So crying is to get people to listen. So I think her crying was literally literally to voice her lack of consent for the situation.
Okay, Smith, remember how a couple minutes ago
you just interrupted me. You do that. You keep doing this to me. I'm gonna start pointing it out to you every fucking time you do it to me. You fucking asshole.
Right. That's fair. Okay. Earlier in this conversation, you got mad at me because I was making faces, right? And you suggested that it was narcissistic for me.
I did not get mad at you early in this conversation. I just pointed out how so you're reframing it incorrectly again. I did not get mad at you for making faces. I pointed out that in our last conversation, which you referred to, that you were communicating exactly the same thing by and making faces the whole time, which is not something I have a problem I have a problem with you reframing the whole thing like what you just did. It's basically a lie.
It seems that you do have a problem with people making faces.
No, I have a problem.
To have been frustrated by me making faces.
No, no, nope.
Okay, so making faces is acceptable.
I don't fucking care. That's not what we're talking about.
No, it is. You're talking about...
This is a good example of what I was about to say before you cut me off and you interrupted my fucking flow. Okay? This is a good example. So like you interrupted me. This is a good example. So what I was about to say is if she was in the wrong for cheating, and if she was in the wrong for cry bullying, neither of those justify his behavior. And so what you're saying is that her being in the wrong justifies his bad behavior. I was pointing out his bad behavior, and then so I was pointing out his bad behavior, and then your response to that is, no, she is cry bullying, she cheated on him. So no, I don't think that matters. It does not justify his behavior.
Can I clarify what I was saying? Okay. Earlier in this conversation, you voiced frustration, and I think it's valid, that sometimes I make faces.
No, I don't think that's valid.
Particularly because we are in a... Smith, please, I just let you...
You're telling me what I think.
No, I'm trying to explain what I think.
Okay.
Here's what I think. Earlier in this conversation, I made faces. And the faces that I made...
I don't care about this.
Legitimately can be seen as detrimental to our ability to have this conversation, given that quite clearly, you at least, and perhaps I also, I'm getting somewhat frustrated in this conversation.
No, you're trying to use this as leverage to now like condemn me for making faces. You're trying to use this as leverage to condemn me for making faces, but I don't think it's detrimental to communication because faces are literally communication. Okay, you making faces, it's not the fact you were making faces, it is what you communicated, and we're referring to another event. And I also don't have a problem with it. You can absolutely express your frustration with me by making faces, and that's absolutely okay. For you to say that that's not okay is insane. It's just a way to fucking get leverage to now like say that there's something wrong with what I'm doing, but that's not wrong.
What was I communicating with my face?
I have not been paying attention to your face very much in this conversation because I'm looking at my camera, but I remember in the last conversation which you talked about, which is not what we're fucking here to talk about. I don't know why we're fucking litigating this retarded fucking bullshit, but in that last conversation, every time I talked and I disagreed with you, you would make these fucking faces as in like sigh and like vocally so that like the audience knew that what I was saying is stupid and that I'm wrong for saying it.
Yeah, sure. I agree with you. I did do that. So my goal in that, in
how do you even know if you did that?
Because I was there, and
so you remember doing that on purpose and like intentionally to communicate to the audience. That's fucking crazy, dude.
It's crazy for me to have a conscious decision to like make a face. That's crazy.
The faces that you make are like, I'm actually genuinely engaging with you. I'm genuinely angry. I'm not pretending to be angry so the audience can see it.
To clarify, I'm not actually mad at you. I don't have any malice towards you at all.
Well, then you're so much fucking better than me.
That's not what I said at all.
Now you're laughing at me, so you're so much fucking better at me than me.
So that laugh was not intentional, but sometimes I do make noises and I do like make faces that are intentional in order to like prove a point to an audience. That's definitely true. We are in front of an audience, right? And you also
that's different from feigning outrage.
And your goal also was to try to communicate to your audience, not to communicate to me, and rather to use me as a cudgel. So I don't think it is bad faith or inappropriate for me to be.
I want to communicate. Every stream I do is to communicate to my audience. And when I say I want to use you as a cudgel, I say I want to stand up to you because I think that you are in the wrong. That's basically every stream ever.
Beautiful. So I think you're in the wrong, and so I therefore am willing, in order to try to help myself prove that I think you're in the wrong. And to prove to the audience where specifically you are doing things that I consider to be wrong, I'm willing to use both my voice and also my face in order to show.
But earlier in this conversation, you just said that is actually like wrong because when you were pointing out how I was doing it, you're saying no, I actually think that that's wrong, but you've completely turned 180. I don't think you believe in anything anymore.
I said that what I'm doing is an example of like a dark art. Right? I'm doing something where I am trying to not have a communication style that is explicitly and exclusively designed to try to have the closest to a like cordial conversation with just you as possible because we're in front of an audience, right? I am speaking, when I make those faces that are unintentional, those are faces that I wouldn't be making if we were one-on-one, but we're not one-on-one, we're in front of an audience.
No, they're intentional.
Therefore, I'm willing to make them. They are intentional. Not all of them, but some of them are intentional. Yes, absolutely. We're in front of an audience. I'm okay with that.
This is not a topic I care about. It's not concerning to me.
I want to clarify why I think it's relevant. The reason I think it's relevant is because if my goal were strictly to have a good faith conversation exclusively one-on-one with you, and I were making those faces would be intentionally demeaning towards you for no reason other than to demean you. Now, in this context, I'm doing it to demean you, yes, but to demean you in front of your audience in order to bully you in front of your audience so that I can make you look bad in order to make myself look good by comparison, right? So given the context that you're using me as a cudgel anyway, I think it's appropriate in this context. But if we were one-on-one, I wouldn't think it's appropriate. I think that when she's doing that crying, I think that it is intentional, and I think that she is doing it in order to make him look bad and in order to try to pull on his heartstrings, in order to force him emotionally, like pressure him into taking a different position than he would were she to be having a simply rational conversation directly with him.
I agree. I don't think it's intentional though. I disagree with that. I absolutely don't think that she's crying intentionally to do that. I think that, but that, like, fine, it doesn't matter. I think that she is communicating that she does not want this to be happening. Her crying is her communicating to him, I don't like this. I think that his behavior is clearly in the wrong, and her communicating to him that she does not like it and that it's upsetting to her, and that is absolutely acceptable. And I don't see any justification to say it's not.
Okay, so it's acceptable, even if it's intentional, it's still acceptable.
It's more manipulative, but like, yes, she is literally, so if she is intentionally using her tears to communicate that she is not comfortable in this situation and that she doesn't like his behavior, which I believe is unarguably in the wrong. He should not be doing this. He should not be filming her, like pointing it at her fucking sex, pointing at her face, saying that she can't leave the situation to remind her of that, and saying he's going to post it online. I think that is absolutely like incredibly wrong, and her communicating by crying that she does not okay with it is absolutely in the right. That's cry bullying.
Okay. So because you're on her side, you're comfortable with her using intentionally and consciously tears in order.
That's not what. No, it's not because I'm on her side. It like so if she was you can use crying manipulatively to control people. So let's say that you want like fucking chocolate cake, and your boyfriend won't buy you chocolate cake, and so you cry to like make him get you chocolate cake. Like that it could be even more extreme of a thing than buying chocolate cake. Like you buy you like a dog for $1,000. Okay. That would be in the wrong. That would be, I wouldn't call it cry bullying. That makes no sense, but I would call it manipulation. But in this case, like she is trying to manipulate him to make him stop doing something abusive. So I think that like it doesn't matter how manipulative she is. She is trying to communicating to him to stop, and she's trying to get him to stop.
So manipulation and some layer of disrespectful behavior and some
it's not
level
disrespectful.
Okay, but
it's not disrespectful to cry. When someone is abusing you, it's not disrespectful to cry. You're rolling your eyes, and I think that's a Darvo. You're literally just saying that her crying in response to his abuse is disrespectful. That's insane.
Okay. In the case of the chocolate cake, if it was intentional, and it was strictly because you wanted chocolate cake, and you were trying to pressure them into it, would that be an example of cry bullying?
No, it's not fucking like what is crying bullying is only ever the only maybe it is, but I've only ever heard the words cry bullying when somebody is like responding to abuse and then crying, and there's you're just cry bullying. That's the only time I've only ever heard that used ever as a Darvo tactic ever.
No, I don't think that's true. I think that
I would have just said she's manipulating me.
I think that quite often people.
It's not bullying.
I think often that people who are themselves being abusive, and this has happened to me, despite your.
I did not say that you. No, I think that people that are victims of abuse are very likely to defend abusers. So no, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
So cool. So I would say that quite often, it has been my experience at the very least, that people who are themselves engaging in abusive behavior, when called out for their abusive behavior, right, they will start crying in order to try to make themselves look like the victim, when in truth, they are the perpetrator.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, that happens, yeah.
If that is the thing that happens, do you think that is an example of the perpetrator who is now crying, using the crying in order to try to gain control of the conversation in a way that is abusive?
But crying is always trying to gain control. But the thing that makes it abusive is so the thing that makes it absolutely not abusive is he is abusing her and she is trying to gain control so that he is not abusing her. So I think like it doesn't make sense at all in that context. If in the context where she doesn't get the chocolate cake and then she starts crying, like now I wouldn't even like, that's not bullying. There's no like way you can call that bullying. It's just she's manipulating him by crying. It's not even bullying.
How about if someone is the victim of sexual abuse, right? And they are confronting their abuser, okay? And their abuser, this is happening like, months or years, whatever it is. It's not at the time of the abuse, right? But they were sexually abused by someone, and they are confronting their abuser, and they say, "Hey, you did this to me, and that was really fucked up."
Good example.
And the person who themselves did the abuse is now saying, "Oh my God, I didn't do that," and also is in tears.
Right.
Okay. That abuser in the situation, the person who did the sexual abuse who is now crying, the crying itself in that situation is bad, right?
Yes.
It's inappropriate.
Well, it depends. Like if they genuinely feel it, it's not bad to feel it, but like they are, even if it's genuine, they're still genuinely manipulative. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. I do, for sure. So that crying in the situation where they're being confronted on their sexual abuse is in and of itself abusive, is in and of itself trying to do something that is inappropriate.
No, because if it's like, I think like when you say trying, you're saying it's intentional. Like it could be unintentional, but like it's still manipulative. Like so, yeah, you can just genuinely be abusive without trying to be abusive. But yeah, I think I think I would call it abusive. Yes.
Okay. So it's abusive if they're being confronted about sexual abuse in the past. Do you think that cheating in a monogamous relationship is a form of abuse?
Okay. I'm not sure about the answer to that question. Like that I genuinely am not sure like how I feel about it being abuse or not. I think we have a right to cheat. I just like I don't think we should. But I think I like it's like really shitty, but I don't think I have a question. So I think it might be abuse, but I'm not sure. But I did think that she is not crying to say that she did not cheat. She's crying because she knows that she cheated, and she's not trying to express that she didn't cheat. I think her crying is literally to say, "Stop, I'm uncomfortable, please stop, I'm freaking out."
Okay. In the case of someone who was themselves sexually abusive, in a case that, like, let's say rape, right, where we both certainly agree that it's definitely abusive, when confronting a rapist, the rapist starts crying, doesn't deny explicitly the rape, doesn't apologize for it either, but doesn't deny it explicitly, and the tears there, are they an example of manipulation?
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, they're not denying that they raped this person. The rape happened 2 months ago, right? But they are
the thing that the tears. The thing that makes it abusive is if the tears are to deny it, because that was the first example. Was the tears were used to deny it.
So if they're not denying it, but they're also not apologizing or accepting fault for it,
right? I don't think that's abusive. I don't like. So I think that you say that you abuse someone, and then they confront you, and then you start crying about it, and you're not saying that you didn't do it. Like yeah.
But you also aren't apologizing, and you're not.
I mean, honestly, if you're not crying to act like the other person is abusing you, because that's the case where it's abusive. If you're crying because you want to paint the other person, or like subconsciously you feel like they are abusing you by saying that, then that is abusive. But I think that if you generally just are like if you're not trying to say that they're abusing you, then your crying is like knowing that you abuse them, and that's like If I went to somebody that abused me and I told them and they cried in that way, I would be like, it would bring me to tears because like they know, and it'd be like, wow, like I can't believe it's almost an apology.
Wait, no, it's not an apology.
Because the only thing that makes
not what an apology is.
no, like it's not an apology. Like apology is just an apology to me is just a superficial telling somebody to stop feeling the way that they do or whatever. But like the thing that makes an apology meaningful is the fact that you actually regret or feel bad for your actions. And to cry without saying that the other person is wrong for accusing you is actually to express like you feel bad about what happened.
Not necessarily.
It could just
crying doesn't necessarily mean that you're accepting blame. Crying often means that you are trying to take the position of the victim.
Right. So if you're saying that you are yes, exactly. So if you are taking the position as the victim, then you are saying that they are in the wrong. You are expressing that they're in the wrong. That is when it's abusive. Well, if you're not expressing that, but you still cry, that means something different.
Not saying it, but actually doing something I'd argue is worse than saying it, which is to imply it without saying it.
Right. That would be, that's what we're saying. But I'm saying that if you are not painting them.
So crying without explicitly in words, either accepting blame or apologizing can be implicitly doing either of those things, right?
Well, if you don't know, so if you don't know why they're crying, it could be either of those things.
Cool. Okay, so it could be either one of those things implicitly, but is neither of those things explicitly.
Yeah, but I feel like, like a lot of people would be able to probably tell the difference between those. But I also think that there is no argument to be made for her crying to make to make it look like she didn't cheat. I think she is saying that you are abusing me right now, and I don't like it.
Let's propose that instead of the scenario that we're in, there were a different scenario, or this scenario of this video, there were a different scenario where he was confronting her about spiking his drink, right? And then raping him. That situation, he was confronting her about it, and he was also recording it. Mm-hmm. And she neither accepted blame nor explicitly denied it. But he had clear evidence of it having happened in front of him. And she took the opportunity while crying between tears to say, hey, turn off the cameras. Right?
Okay.
When they say turn off the cameras like that, I would argue in that situation that the implicit implication of that turn off the cameras is something akin to I am the victim. They're trying to claim in that situation that I am the one who is going through a thing now.
Okay, right.
And therefore, I am the one who should be able to make the request of, can you do me this favor of turn off the cameras?
So I think that that's not the case. I think that, so I've already pointed to, this is a big disagreement we have, but it's not just a disagreement we have. It's a disagreement I have with a lot of fucking people. Okay, so I think that, and I mean, I don't think you're gonna actually say that you don't think this, but I think what you're saying is if someone does something bad, it's okay to do something bad to them. And so in this situation, we would all we can all empathize with the person wanting to confront and videotape their abuser like that. But the confronting and videotaping is abusive, and crying and saying turn off the camera, I think is totally justified even in that case.
Okay, but you're
not saying that. Wait, I didn't finish. So I'm sorry. It's not. I don't think it's necessarily saying. I don't think it's at all saying that the other person was the one that was in the wrong. I think they're saying I think that you are in the wrong for filming me right now.
Okay, if I were in the middle of apologizing to someone, and in the middle of an apology, it's time for dinner, and so you're like, hey, we should go to dinner. They were like, I want to go to the diner, and I was like, I really kind of want Venezuelan food right now. I don't think that I would take that as an opportunity to be like, actually, I'd rather go to Venezuelan because I'm in the middle of an apology, right? I would take that as a moment to recognize that even if this is something that I would, in another situation, maybe voice as a preference, that voicing a preference right now is not really the context for me to be voicing a preference, because right now is a context where I am the one who's fucked up, and therefore I should be giving them a little bit more like wiggle room because they're going through something more intensely on an emotional level, because again, I'm the one who fucked up.
Okay, right. So that's what I was saying. So just because you fucked up doesn't give people the right to violate your boundaries and like do like unlawful, abusive things to you. So I don't think that I don't think that the comparison to choosing which type of food you want is comparable to saying I don't want you to be doing this specific abusive thing that you're doing to me right now. I don't think they're comparable. She's talking about the thing right now versus talking about something completely irrelevant.
Okay, but we're not talking about anything unlawful. You just said unlawful there. This is not unlawful. We're talking about videotaping in a context where we already agreed it is legal to do so.
I'm
We're
not
talking about
sure.
morals,
I'm not sure
law.
about the legal. I think there's it depends on what state, and I think
Depends
there's
on
a
what
lot of
state,
grounds,
but I would
especially that he
assume-
filmed the sex. Actually, I think that actually in any state
of
it's
that was
explicitly
unclothed.
illegal.
Nope, none of that was unclothed. It's not true.
But she didn't know. Okay,
She didn't know?
so she did not know, like, how, like, she was just like scrolling
She's the
through.
one who sent the photos.
Okay,
She does know.
She did not. She knows what the photos are. She didn't know what he filmed. And okay, those were videos, and most of them didn't load, or a lot of them didn't load, and a lot of them didn't play through. And like even though she was fully clothed, one of them she was like dancing in like her lingerie or something. So like I think that dancing in the lingerie, that like releasing that without someone's consent is illegal in any fucking state. Period. It's revenge porn. He's literally doing revenge porn.
I just don't know the law here.
Revenge porn is illegal.
No, I know revenge porn is. I just don't know if that counts as revenge porn because she's clothed. I just don't know the answer to that. Yeah.
Sexually explicit content.
But the question is what counts as sexually explicit, and I actually don't know the answer. Explicit content.
Even if it isn't illegal, I think it should be, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, the dominant theme of which depicts or describes nudity, including sexual or excretory activities or organs in a lascivious way. Yeah, that is not what was shown. What was shown was not.
Okay, so nudity. I think if you don't have a lawyer, it'd be hard to make that go through. But if you have any lawyer worth their salt, you're going to go to jail if you do that.
It's not nudity.
It's
again. I'm not. Okay, it's not nudity. And again, I'm not saying that what he
even
did
if it's not nudity, he's still releasing her private communications with another person that she didn't consent to, just because it's like one party consent. It's like it's literally a private communications, and it's like a sexual context with that communication. So all of that together, first of all, he absolutely is violating her privacy and her consent by showing the shit on her phone and like her literal like sexual communication with. There is absolutely a law there regarding her communication, and whether it being like revenge porn, I think that any lawyer worth their salt is not going to have a hard time arguing that in court.
Okay, if we're going to reread my quote, my tweet, which this is all about, at no point did I say that what his actions were good or appropriate, right? The question of whether or not that very specific small facet of the video is technically illegal or no, I don't think so.
So do you think that his actions are in the wrong?
I thought this was a question about morals, not about law. I thought that we said that very early on, right?
Well, like at that point it was.
What do you mean at that point?
At that point, excuse me, I'll try to use more words. At that point in the conversation, it was about morals. It was not about laws. It was about what I think. Now we're talking about if he was in the wrong. If he was in the wrong, if he was in the wrong, there's two types of ways he can be in the wrong. There's one, I think he's absolutely in the wrong. I don't know. You won't tell me. Like, so you're telling me you didn't say if he's in the wrong, but you have not stated if you think he's in the wrong. And in the wrong means two things. It means legally, which I think is inarguably that is in the wrong. You're saying that it might not be illegal. So I feel like you're trying to defend. Like, do you think he's in the wrong or not?
Okay. Legally, I don't think that he's in the wrong. No. Legally, I don't think there's a case to be made. In terms of ethics, I think that he is in a wrong. In that, I think that he is doing something that is wrong.
What is the thing he's doing wrong?
I think that he's in the wrong.
What is the thing he's?
Smith.
What is the thing he's doing wrong?
I'm trying to explain. Right. I think that the posting is inappropriate. I think that the I think that that's actually the only part that I think is inappropriate. Maybe the recording of the sex in and of itself is inappropriate. But certainly looking at the sex is not inappropriate. And certainly recording her reaction to him looking at the sex, I don't think is inappropriate. But I think that posting it is inappropriate.
I think that the first, I think him looking at the sex is inappropriate. He's violating her consent. She's not consenting. She's not consenting to him looking through her phone. So looking at her sex. So that's fine. That's inappropriate.
You're interrupting.
I'm telling you what I think. You stopped.
Okay. No, I didn't.
You interrupt me.
I wasn't done.
Okay.
The second component is that I think that he is in a wrong, in that I think that the things that he did that I just described were wrong, but I do not think that he's in the wrong. In that I don't think that writ large, in the context of a conversation about the fact that she cheated on him, I don't think that it's fair to describe him as being in the wrong.
Yes.
For his behavior.
Okay, so what you're saying is the thing I've been trying to say, I keep repeating, you're saying that the fact that she cheated justifies any wrong behavior that he does, and I'm saying that's evil. That's fucking evil.
That's not what I said.
Okay, that's what you just fucking said.
No, I said he's in a wrong.
Okay, well, so if he is in a wrong, so she did something bad, okay? So this is not even in this context. This is another day. He figures out she did something wrong. Because he figures out that she does something wrong and he does something wrong to her, he is in a wrong, but he is not in the wrong because she is more wrong than him. I don't think that morality where she did something worse and she's not even doing it right now. He's not even defending himself. It's in a totally different fucking context. She did something wrong, so that justifies whatever fucking wrong he's doing. I don't think that's true. So he is in a wrong, okay? I would use the word the wrong, and I don't even use the word like you're saying. I think he's in the wrong because he's wrong. There is no one person's wrong dwarfs the other person's wrong. Two people are wrong. They both do wrong things. Okay. So he is in the wrong, so because he is in the wrong, then her crying to try to get him to stop because she's freaked out and he's doing something unacceptable is not in the wrong. It's literally her self-defense is crying. This is a human. This is the reason that we developed crying, is to communicate this. Stop. I don't like what's going on. Please, I'm in need. I'm emotionally needy right now.
Okay. You wrote a tweet that was describing why you think that he is in the wrong.
Right.
Why you think that he did something that was bad.
Mm-hmm.
I then wrote a tweet in response to that that contextualized the things that I think that she did poorly.
Right.
Okay.
Right. We're going to say the same thing
was
again.
My tweet disagreeing with your tweet?
Yes. Okay. So you're saying, okay, so there's two things. Okay. So you're saying you brought up the cheating. Okay. So I'm saying he's in the wrong, and you're saying that you disagree because he is in a wrong, even though you didn't say that. Your tweet, you're saying no, because she cheated.
Can you pull up the
that's
tweets
why
so people have context of this?
Read your tweet again.
Sure. Do you want to read your tweet first, or should I read your tweet?
Go for it.
So I'm reading yours. Okay. So this is what Smith said. Judging from this footage, this man is clearly an extreme narcissist. He leverages his girlfriend's wrongdoing to humiliate her and forces her to plead for forgiveness. There is no interest in communication. He doesn't express how he feels. He humiliates her to control her. He doesn't have any questions for her. He knows she can't leave, so he ramps up his behavior. He smiles because the suffering of his partner who wronged him feeds his ego. The more miserable she is, the more powerful he is. It can be very hard to learn to leave narcissistic relationships, and I suspect that ties into her compulsion for cheating. She says, "Why do you always do this? This is not a new behavior." A narcissist will belittle you for any personal growth you achieve. They hold you back so that they can feel powerful and important. The other guy may be the best thing to ever happen for her, and she wouldn't even know it. I'm currently editing a video about my recovery from narcissistic abuse. Stay tuned, Smith heads. Okay, before I read mine, and I think this is what we should do. I want to read, having now read yours, I want to now give my understanding of it, and then I want you immediately to give to read mine, and then give an understanding of mine. Does that make sense?
That sounds great. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so my understanding of that, if we're just gonna take it piece by piece. Okay. First, you say, judging from this footage, this man is clearly an extreme narcissist. Okay, just setting the context of your.
That's the most egregious thing I said.
Sure. I just want to take this. I just want to take this piece by piece, and I won't. I promise not to interrupt you when you're taking mine piece by piece. Okay. He leverages.
You said you wanted to respond, so just do piece by piece.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm responding to yours as a whole, and then you can respond to mine as a whole.
I can't remember everything. It would just go piece by piece. That first part is the most egregious thing I said, because I'm not letting people know.
I don't, to clarify, I don't agree with that.
I think that because I'm not letting people know that when I say that someone's a narcissist, first of all, I know that I'm not in a position to diagnose, but I'm not forthcoming that I'm a behaviorist. So I'm saying he's a narcissist because he is doing what a narcissist does. I should have said that anyway.
Okay. The thing that I think was the most egregious that you said is a narcissist will belittle you for any personal growth you achieve. They hold you back so that they can feel powerful and important. The other guy may have been the best thing to have ever happened to her, and she wouldn't even know it. And then immediately following that, you say, I'm currently editing a video about my recovery from narcissistic abuse. Stay tuned, Smith heads. Okay, so my reading of those sentences in their context there is they hold you back so that they can feel powerful and important. You are putting full blame in that sentence on him, no blame on her. The next sentence is, the other guy may be the best thing that ever happened to her, and she wouldn't even know it. Implying that the cheating was perhaps okay. In fact, you said that previously. You say it can be very hard to leave in narcissistic relationships, and I suspect that ties into her compulsion for cheating, as in you are blaming him for her cheating.
Nope, I'm not blaming him for her cheating. Well, actually, I'm saying I'm okay. So there's two paragraphs there. First paragraph, I'm describing his behavior. The second paragraph, I'm describing what a narcissistic relationship.
This is still not on the screen. Why is this not on the screen? I'm furious. Put it on the screen.
All right.
I demand. Thank you.
Okay. The first paragraph, I am, hold on. Let's do it like this. All right, say something. I'm
Noises, noises, noises. I am saying words.
Jeez.
Blueberry, chicken, orange, strawberry, wood, cantaloupe, cheese, smoked Gouda, electronics, AI, artificial intelligence,
Ooh, a good
Tesla.
one.
You can hear me?
I can hear you. Okay. Oh, I just meant this just to kill the silence. We were
I see.
So I was like, what is going on?
I demand words. Yeah. Okay.
Here, it's on my screen right now.
It's on your screen.
So,
okay, cool. Yeah. So do you want me to just repeat? Oh, go for it.
I first I make my claim of like I think this is narcissism. Then I describe his behavior. Let's try zoom in here.
Yeah, specifically to the last two paragraphs, if you could.
How do I zoom in? Here we go. Yeah. So, okay. So, let's do this. Okay. So the first paragraph. This paragraph that starts with leverages. He leverages that I'm describing what I see happening in this situation. In the next paragraph,
that's not the sentence. That's not the part I care about. I care about the next paragraph.
So the next paragraph. Yep. So the next paragraph, I'm talking about narcissistic relationships. Okay.
Yep.
And so I'm saying that if I'm correct that he is a narcissist, then first of all, I think everybody has a right to cheat. I don't think anybody deserves any poor treatment. I don't think I don't think doing things that are bad to people that cheat is ever justified. And so that up front, if this is a narcissistic relationship, I thought.
Before we go on, I just want to clarify what you just said there.
Okay.
You said that it's not appropriate to do things in retaliation for cheating. Yes. But you also said that cheating is not bad.
I think that cheating is harmful. It is. I think it's bad. It's an immoral thing to do. You're hurting someone's feelings. You're betraying their trust. I don't think that if you do something bad, it justifies negative treatment of you. And I also think that this is a breach of trust that is within our right to do. It's within our right to be shitty people, and cheating is part of that.
Okay, so it's within our right to be shitty and cheaters. It's not in our right to be shitty and record people.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, look, so I think that cheating is, okay, so here's the thing. I think cheating is abusive, but it's indirectly abusive. I think that what he is doing is directly abusive. So I think she engaged in a behavior that has negative ramifications on his mental health and his well-being in their relationship. She's destroyed their relationship. But I think because she has done this indirect harm to him, now he's doing direct harm to her.
I want to push back on that a little bit. When you say direct or indirect harm, earlier in this conversation, you said that the recording other than the recording of the sex could potentially be acceptable so long as he didn't post it, right?
It depends. I made a lot. No, I made a lot of caveats to that because I said it could be sexual harassment. So I guess that's the caveat you just gave. So I think no. If you know someone doesn't want to be recorded and you record them, that, you are
within your rights.
You're within your right, but if you knowingly do something that is causing distress to someone, that's abusive.
So cheating is abusive.
Yes, but it's indirectly because you don't do cheating. You don't cheat on somebody to I guess you can, but usually you cheat on someone because you are neglectful. You are neglecting them. You're not thinking about your partner. But in the case of recording someone to hurt them, you're you've gone from neglect to direct abuse.
Okay, what if he's recording this because he wants to share it with his bros and he wants to go viral?
That's more abuse.
Wait, but he's not doing it to hurt her. He's just doing it because he wants to go viral and share it with his bros. So the fact that it hurt her is not the goal of the.
When you're saying go viral, what do you mean? It going viral is hurtful to her.
Right, but it's not. The goal isn't to hurt her. That's just an indirect accident of him going viral.
You said because he wants to go viral and share it with his bros.
Yeah, he wants to go viral. It's about him. It's not about her.
Yeah, so if he wants to,
So indirectly, that's hurting her, but the goal isn't to hurt her.
But the point, his commentary is mocking her. It is about her. It is directly about her. Cheating is not direct. It can be, but I don't think it usually is directly about the person. You don't cheat on someone because you want to hurt somebody. You just do it because you're neglectful. You're not thinking about them.
He's not. let's say hypothetically that he's not posting this in order to hurt her, but rather because he wants to have a viral moment and because he wants to talk about something that he's going.
That's neglect, because in that case he's
agree.
he's a psychopath. He's a psychopath, and he's completely untouched with he's completely untouched with her emotional thing that's happening. That's the situation we're saying here. He's a total psychopath, and in being a psychopath, he's neglecting her by having zero concern for her well-being. Sure, that is neglect. So, both abuse and neglect. Neglect is a form of abuse, but
I would say that if you are in a long-term partnership with someone and you cheat on them, that is neglect.
Sure.
That you are doing something that you ought to know is going to be hurtful to them.
Right.
And the fact that you don't know that it is hurtful to them is a choice that you don't know.
I don't think it's necessarily a choice, but I don't think that matters to your point. To me, I don't think that I don't think that disagreement makes you lose any ground. But I think so. Yes, I agree. I've already said that. So yes, I said it first. I think it's neglectful to cheat. So even if even if you cheat on purpose to hurt somebody, so even if I just want to flag this. It just doesn't justify doing bad things to them. It does.
I want to flag.
Even if in a really bad case, I'm gonna make it really easy for you. Okay.
Before we go on, I just want to flag. You said that if you are cheating with the goal of hurting the person, that's worse. But you're saying in the case of the video that if you are posting the video and you're posting it not to hurt her, but rather because you are simply trying to go viral and you don't care about her, that's worse.
Okay, so in that case, that level of the level of neglect you do by cheating is dwarfed in comparison to the level of neglect you have by being in the same room as somebody, doing something directly to them, and having zero concern for their well-being while they're right in front of you. So the level of neglect is magnitudes greater.
Yeah, I don't think that having a recording of...
But that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter who's more neglectful. It doesn't matter who's more neglectful. One neglect doesn't justify the other.
Cool. So I would say that in the same way that you came into this conversation pretty aggressive and pretty intense, because you seem to believe that I disagreed with you, even though my tweets did not suggest that I disagreed with you directly, you read into my tweets something implicit. You read into my tweets.
What is the thing that you said after? Because it wasn't just one tweet. You had two tweets.
I had,
but also. Okay, so the thing, okay, here's what because you keep disagreeing with me, but you keep re-saying things that reaffirm my belief in what you think, okay? I think that you think because she did something harmful, neglectful, she cheated, that justifies or means that, doesn't justify, maybe that's not the right word to use right now in this conversation, even though that's the word I would use. Maybe the word we should use is, it doesn't matter that he's in the wrong because she's also in the wrong.
Nope,
I don't.
That's not what I said.
Okay, well, you're saying that. We already went over this. When you call her a crybaby, and the only reason, because she's not crying to act like she didn't cheat, she's crying to act like he is being abusive in this situation, and she wants him to stop, and that's the point of crying. So when you say that she's a crybaby because she's responding to his abuse by crying, you're literally just darvoing her.
I don't agree that
you're putting the blame on her for his behavior when you do that.
I don't agree that in a context where someone is confronting you for your abusive behavior, which you grant that the cheating was abusive, I don't think that it's appropriate for you to be taking that as a moment to intensely tone police them.
No, that's no. I would have been more chill with him just screaming at her, because the recording of it is extremely egregious, posting on saying I'm gonna post it online,
honestly,
bored?
It's as though you live in this vacuum where you don't live in the real world, where this is a black man.
Why do you interrupt me just to say something condescending and so actually listen to my point before you and tell me why you disagree with it. I think
You're suggesting that
him being
screaming at
upset,
her is
it's
an
not
option.
it is not his tone. Okay, I am disagreeing with you that he is tone policing. I think that's fucking retarded and boring. I don't think it's boring. I think it's retarded. She's not fucking tone policing him. She's saying you're abusing me. If he was not recording it and he was just screaming at her, it still might be abusive, but it'd be way less abusive. And like her crying could be tone policing in the case that his tone is literally the thing that's abusive, but it's not his tone that is abusive in this case. His tone is like he's joking.
Your suggestion is that rather than having proof that he did not do anything illegal in this situation, rather than having proof
That's not what I'm suggesting.
that he didn't call her. I'm trying to just clarify. Okay.
You're telling me what I'm going to have to restate what you're saying because you're wrong.
There's multiple components. Fine, you can restate after it, but I just want to like clarify what I believe. I'm going
to make it heard that I think you're wrong in case I forget something.
Cool.
So,
cool, that's fine. Fine, you can write things down. There's no reason. I've been writing things down, right?
I suck at that.
Here's what I just heard. What I just heard is you shouldn't be having a recording of a situation that is quite clearly an end of a relationship. You shouldn't you shouldn't have the recording. You should, rather than confront her directly and with some degree of a
You're tone policing me now, I just realized, by the way. Continue.
Cool. Rather than laughing about it and rather than recording it, he should scream at her as a significantly stronger, significantly larger black man alone in a car with a white woman.
That's not what I'm saying.
Without a recording.
That's not what I'm saying.
And you don't think that puts him in a situation which is potentially quite bad for him?
No.
Given the context where quite clearly she is someone who is willing to betray his trust and could very well make up bullshit about what happened in that situation.
No, she's neglectful. It's just that doesn't mean she's a liar. But that is aside from the point. Okay, I think if he were to just record, that's fine. He recorded to hurt her, and he used his recording to escalate her emotions, and he used it to antagonize her and humiliate her. He told her he was going to post it, and he showed her fucking sex, and sure there was no news, but she didn't know what was going on there. And we do see her dancing in lingerie. Her privacy is breached. That is illegal. So yes. So him recording to save his ass is fine. So if he was going to, honestly, I think you're right. You have a good point. If he wanted to scream, because I think if someone cheats on you and you scream, like I get it's worse if you're in a car and they can't like get away from you. But like it makes sense.
Larger black man. He can't scream at her.
Yeah, like I'm trying to. So
obviously he can't scream at her. There's an implicit threat of violence when large black men scream at small white women. Obviously, he can't do that.
I think
that is not an option for him.
Okay, sure. I think he can do that. I think it's not an option because of racism. But like I am not a racist, so I don't believe that is like the case. But I do agree that that's the optics, I do agree that that's the optics. I do agree that that's the optics.
Exists as a context for conversations.
No, I'm saying that I do agree that that is the optics. I don't think that is just like I don't think that we should be policing him based on racism. No. But I do agree. I'm trying to get to my fucking point. I do agree that that is bad optics. And so in the case where he's screaming, it makes even more sense to be filming. But the reason that he's filming is not to protect himself, because like if he was he could sit there silent and film. He could sit there and scream and film, but he's screaming to he's filming to humiliate her. That is the point. He says that he's going to post it. He shows her sex. He keeps pointing at her face. He tells her that she cannot leave. She should have kicked him out of the car. It would have made her look even worse. The optics there would have been even worse if we're talking about optics, but it's what she should have done. And what he should have done is just scream at her, and that's also bad optics.
Okay. I think that just broadly, when there is a fight between larger, stronger men and weaker, smaller women, that men writ large have an obligation to control their temper in such a way that they are making quite clear that while they are frustrated, they are not a physical threat to the smaller woman. Do you agree with that?
I think that you seem to have an issue with tone policing earlier, but now you seem to not have an issue with tone policing. I think that I think that screaming at somebody. Yeah, I think that screaming at somebody is abusive, but when someone cheats on you and you scream at them, that's a level of abuse. It's like, okay, no, like it's fine. It's still abusive. So it's better if you don't. It's better if you don't.
Just to clarify, even if a woman cheats on you, you as a larger, I mean, like, admittedly, you're not like as physically I mean this with no disrespect. You're not as physically threatening as he is, right? But like,
I don't know.
As a larger man, white or black, like I'm 6'1", I don't go around screaming at women, and I shouldn't.
Good. Right?
It is bad to do that, particularly in a context where she cannot leave.
Yeah, it's
right?
intimidating.
It's very bad to do that.
Yes.
Okay.
It's worse though to release their private information, tell them that you're going to post it online. So you're saying, I'm going to show everyone how much of a stupid fucking whore bitch you are. Fuck women, throwing her fucking face and saying you can't, and reminding her that she can't leave her now. First of all, like, yes, we're agreeing that he is a man, so he is stronger. So like reminding her that she can't leave in this situation is even more yeah, I think that the threat is still just as much there, and I think that he is having. I think
it is not just as much there.
I think
that is so obviously not true.
And the next part of my sentence is the next part of my sentence was I was going to say is that even though he's not screaming at her, he's absolutely in a state of absolute rage. What he's doing is absolutely he's enraged. Well, okay, then we disagree.
Wrong.
I think that he's expressing his rage.
He's laughing at her. He's
laughing at her and taking his phone out and filming it, and he's fucking out of his mind, dude. He has no self-control in this moment. He has shown that he has absolutely no self-control in this moment.
He absolutely does. He is quite clearly frustrated with her, and he is quite clearly
he's doing illegal shit. So I mean,
taking that from a context where he is treating that frustration with a degree of humor rather than a degree of violent rage. When men start screaming at women,
I don't think you understand
undergirding physical threat.
Yes. Okay.
Men should not scream at women.
I don't agree with that. I think that I don't agree with that. I think that men.
Yeah.
Woo! Fuck you. I think that like nobody should scream at anybody. I think that men are more threatening. So intimidating for men to intimidate women is
right.
Because of that more threatening. It is worse. But I don't.
Almost as though, along with your body, there are certain just implicit to the fact that you exist in the world with a certain body, obligations that come with that. So, for example, when women are in public, I think that it is worse when a small woman.
I'm going to interrupt you now because you were interrupting me. So
fine.
What I think is that men are stronger. We shouldn't hit women, but we have emotions, and I don't think that men should be policing our emotions because women are retarded children. I think that we shouldn't fucking hit women, and I think that rage is something that happens. And it's never good to be expressing rage to your partner. Okay. In the case of cheating, it makes more sense. Okay. And I think if you're saying that men are not allowed to be enraged, I think that he is expressing his rage in an incredibly unhealthy way. He's doing illegal shit, and he's rather than hitting her, he's like, I'm gonna hurt you by humiliating you and dragging you online and smearing you. So like he is.
I'm going to give you an extreme hypothetical. This is from when I was talking to Speakeasy about actually it was in defense of Mr. Girl. You'd like what I said in that conversation. It was in your. I mean, fuck me. Fuck me for what?
I don't agree with Mr. Girl about anything. Continue.
Okay, that's strange. I thought that you did.
Just fuck you. Don't fucking imply or something about what I think. Fuck you.
I was saying that I agreed with both you and Mr. Girl on a previous conversation that I had with Speakeasy.
Continue. All right, continue.
In that conversation, okay, Jesus Lord.
I just get triggered. I'm sorry. I just get triggered when people say that I
Wait, hold up.
I
have a
disagree with
request.
him about a bunch of shit.
That's fine. I have a request. My request is, can I see your face? We're getting to a point.
Oh,
where we're
sure. I'm
getting
so
into
sorry.
the
I didn't know
heated-
you couldn't see my face. I'm really sorry about that. Holy shit. I didn't realize that.
No, it's totally fine. I just want to see it now.
No, that
because
sucks.
now that we're getting,
That sucks.
you're totally fine. I haven't cared until now, but now I want to look at your face and
No.
experience your eyes.
I'm sorry about
so
that.
I can convey my emotions and experience the back and forth with the emotions.
No wonder. No, dude. I'm really sorry about that.
No, you're totally
Yeah.
fine.
No. If I'm gonna scream at you, dude, you should see my face, dude.
It's fine.
Jesus.
I saw your face with a lag, but I just couldn't see it in lifetime. Okay. Anyway. Okay. In that conversation, I gave an extreme hypothetical to Speakeasy, which Speakeasy didn't like. And so now I'm going to repeat the extreme hypothetical that Speakeasy didn't like, because I think you're also not going to like it, and it's going to be wonderful. Okay. Here is my extreme hypothetical. It's 2:00 in the morning. Okay. I just got out of a bar. So did this woman coming out from a different bar. Okay. We are alone at a bus stop. It is pitch black. Okay. Mm-hmm. I have a knife. I have a pocket knife. Okay. I'm a construction worker, so I just have pocket knives. It's just like a thing that I have. Right. And I'm just like playing with my utility knife, just like blah, 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 playing with my utility knife. Right. But I'm also looking directly at her like this. Wow. I'm playing with my utility knife. Mm-hmm. Right. And I say to her, hey, right. Do you have any money in your wallet?
Right.
Right. Okay. I haven't done anything to her. I've just asked her a question. I haven't even requested anything. I've just asked her a question. Do you have any money in your wallet? It's totally reasonable question to ask a person, not an inappropriate question, but contextually, there is an implied threat of violence to that question. Right? There's an implied request and there's an implied threat of violence.
But in this case, the guy doesn't know that. He's not actually implying that, like, or trying to imply that. But that's the perception she's getting, right?
Yeah, whether or not it's intentional in him, it is irrelevant if it's intentional, because it is an obvious thing that he has an obligation, given his knowledge of what his body is and given his knowledge of what his behavior is. He has an obligation to know that is a massively inappropriate thing for him to do. Okay,
right,
cool. I would say similarly.
It's not massively. It's like he's like socially retarded. Like, I think an autistic guy.
No, I think it's more than socially retarded. I think that what he did there is like very bad. I think someone with extreme autism, like pretty bad, but still functional enough to like talk, like that they could, like, that could be a situation you find yourself in. Like, it'd be that's he's socially completely out of touch with what is happening and the other person's perception of the event, the behavior that he's doing. Okay. I would say that men writ large have an obligation to understand, and again, particularly men who are larger, particularly men who are, people who are likely to be considered to be threats. I would include myself in that, right? I'm 6'1". We have an obligation to understand our behavior from the lens of a person who understands in every interaction that we have with them that if it came to a fight, we would beat the shit out of them, right? We have an obligation to understand that. Cool.
Of course.
Okay. Screaming at a woman when you are alone in a car with a woman, as a man who looks like him, is not acceptable.
I don't know. Like, I just know he's black. I feel like he kind of looked scrawny.
He did not look scrawny. You are wrong. And even if he were scrawny, it would still, when he is alone in a car with a woman who is driving, it would still be massively.
He is scrawny. He's absolutely scrawny, dude. Like,
he is not scrawny. He could for sure
a scrawny fucking dude.
Beat the crap out of him. Beat the crap out of her, rather.
Yeah, because he's a man, but like, he's a scrawny dude. Like.
Okay, fine. Even if you're first of all, he's not, but that's not even relevant. So I'll just cede it because it's not relevant, but you're wrong. But I'll cede it anyway, even though you're wrong. Yeah, he is able to beat the shit out of her, and she knows that, and he knows that. He cannot scream at her. It is morally wrong for him to scream at her.
I agree.
Cool.
Like I already said, like, so so I think that it is wrong to scream at your partner, especially in the closed car. Like I was trying to say in the closed car, like being a man, like it's even more intimidating. But the level of bad that is, so I think that it could make her like afraid, like that he's gonna hurt her. And like you said, the optics, like being black, is even worse. But I don't think that's justifiable to like put on him. Like I think we should fight against that.
But it's a fact of life.
But yes, you're right. It is.
Have a body like he has.
Yeah, and how we perceive him because he's black too.
Not just how we perceive him, how he has an obligation to understand himself as being perceived.
I don't think black people have an obligation to know that white people are afraid of them.
Not black people, black men and also white men have an obligation to have an understanding that people who are clearly weaker than them, specifically women.
But men are clearly stronger than women, but black men are not clearly like criminals.
Yes. There are two components of this. The fact that he is a man and the fact that she is a woman should be relevant to this conversation.
Yes.
The fact that he is black and that she is white shouldn't be relevant.
But it is. But it shouldn't be.
It still is, but it shouldn't be.
But it shouldn't be. Like, so I don't think it's justifiable.
But the fact that he's a man should be relevant to the conversation.
Yes. Okay. Look. Cool. I think it's bad. I think it's intimidating. But I think it is. So intimidating her in that way. There's different ways this can go down. So if you're a narcissist, intimidation is a tool. Okay. So like if he's doing it like to freak her the fuck out, like that's like totally unacceptable. Like I think it's usually kind of obvious, but not always. If he's just genuinely like enraged and freaked out that she's cheating, that's also bad. And he's not trying to manipulate her or intimidate her, but he is, because he's a man and he's there in the car. That's also bad. And it's really scary for her. But I have more compassion for that, because there is a level of losing control when discovering someone's cheating on you. Like being enraged and like not hitting her, like I'm just like, okay, like you're freaking her out, but like you need to stop that. But I agree. But I think the filming her he's showing, he is channeling his rage because he wants to hurt her, and what he's doing is he's filming her so that he can hurt her and humiliate her, but he's channeling it into a way that he can get away with.
So let's take this piece by piece. In terms of his tone is a tone of someone who is, one, clearly over her, and two, making fun of her, right? Do you think that's fair?
I don't think it's clear that he's clearly over her. I think that he's trying to communicate to her that he's clearly over her. Like I don't think that you act like just discovering someone's cheating with you in that moment. I don't think you're actually clearly over. Like it takes months, you know. Like so he literally. I think he's
that's what he's trying to convey.
He's trying to communicate to her that he's clearly over her, which in itself is him being manipulative. He's trying to freak her out. He wants to hurt her and maim her, because her cheating on him is wounding of his ego, of his feelings. But in this case, we're talking about ego, because when he's like, I need to get back at you, and I need to, because you've cheated on me, and he'd be like, oh fuck you, I'd never date you. You're a nasty fucking bitch. Okay. Like that kind of shit.
So it's like trying to convey two things. He's trying to convey that he's over her and that he's making fun of her.
Yeah.
Yeah? Cool. Okay.
Yeah. But
those are two emotions.
They're not emotions.
Okay, fine. Those are two like responses. Is that fair? Responses?
Okay. So like the emotion.
I'm just asking, are you comfortable with the statement that those are responses?
Yes, but the emotion that
cool.
I interpret the emotion of laughing.
You went on a tirade. It's my tirade's term. I was just clarifying that you're okay with that particular term before my tirade. So those are two. What was the term that we just agreed on?
I don't know. I don't think we
responses. Yes, responses. Okay, cool. Those are two responses that he is conveying. Whether or not they're true, they are the things that he is conveying to her, neither of which are implicitly threatening on a physical level. There are other emotions that he could convey that would be, right? Anger is a thing that
I think he's clearly
could
angry.
show.
I think he's clearly showing. He's not showing rage, but he's showing
Okay.
anger for damn sure. I
Fine,
think the
fine,
laughing
rage.
but
Fine, rage.
I think that the laughing
Rage.
is rage. Rage is anger. Okay, this is
I
listen.
don't
Please
think
listen to
that
me.
the laughter
Rage.
can be understood violently.
Okay, I do. I think that rage.
I think that's
okay,
silly.
I'm gonna try to explain to you what rage is. Rage is anger, but when you've lost self-control. Okay, I think that his laughter, when she's fucking cheated on him and he's discovered this, he's clearly emotionally dysregulated, and the fact that that's like he's Joker laughing. That is he is angry and he's out of control. That like it's literally rage.
I don't know if you've
and he's channeling.
Spoken to women who've gone through like physical violence, but I assure you that there's not a single woman in the world who, when given the option between a man screaming at her versus a man laughing at her in the way that he is laughing in that moment, would prefer that he's screaming at her.
So he is also communicating. So he's also communicating his misogyny, that he's not going to hit her, which is good, I guess. He's not going to hit her. He's going to, instead of hitting her.
It's misogyny not to hit women?
Yes. So
what?
Yeah, the way that this is happening. So what is happening here is he's saying, he's expressing that I want to hurt you, but I'm not going to hit you because that would be wrong. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hurt you by humiliating you and posting this online, showing your sexts, showing your personal communications, showing your face, and telling you can't leave the car because you're driving me home.
Adults don't punch each other.
Right. Bad. It's bad.
Okay. Physical violence is like against both the
I think if
law.
it was a guy, he would have hit him.
That is
very clear to me.
Maybe he might.
So that's why I say misogyny. But I mean, it's
misogyny. No, it's
because he still wants to hurt her. Because he still wants to hurt her.
Right, but there are different. But the point is that you're able to like mediate the ways that you like engage in hurtful behavior to people, right? Like right now we are engaging in hurtful behavior with Russia.
Also, it's misogyny because he's fucking calling her a bitch. He's saying you're never going to trust hoes again and shit like that.
Hold up. Right now, the United States is engaging in harmful behavior, as is Russia, against one another, right? But we are not at nuclear war, right? There's a difference between laughing at someone, which is obviously you are trying to be hurtful to them in doing so, sure. That's different, though, than punching them.
Yes.
Okay, so he has nukes in the situation, in that he could beat the crap out of her. She doesn't have nukes.
Yes, it's bad to punch people. It's bad for men to hit women.
No, but the point is that it's more bad for men to punch women who don't have an ability to punch back than it is to punch other men who do have the ability to punch back.
Kinda. You hurt them more.
Not kind of. Definitely. It is not sexist to say that it is worse to punch a woman who is clearly weaker than to punch a man who is of the same strength and physical stature.
Okay. I think I think that he's misogynist because I think that he's like I can't hit you. Like I think that if he could get away with it, he would, but he's not going to do it. Like this is my belief, okay? I think that this guy clearly like hates her and wants to cause harm to her and has lost self-control and is enraged and is completely destabilized. He's trying to hurt her any way that he can. And he knows that he can't get away with hitting her. So he's doing this. So I don't think that he's not hitting her because he's going to cause damage. I think that he's not hitting her because he can't get away with it.
Okay. So he's not hitting her because he can't get away with it.
Yeah, because he'll get his ass kicked or something.
Well, obviously he wouldn't get his ass kicked in the moment. You're not talking about the moment. Right?
No,
in the moment, he could for sure beat the crap out of her, and she for sure would not be able to defend herself, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why is he not punching her?
Because I think he knows he can't get away with it.
What does that mean that he can't get away with it? What does that mean?
He'll go to jail. He'll get his ass kicked. He just has. So yeah, so I don't think it's actually because he knows that he's stronger. I don't think it's actually because he knows that he's stronger and wants to. I don't think he wants to like actually protect women. I think he still wants to hurt her, and I think it's very clear that he still wants to hurt her, but he's doing it in the only way that he can get away with.
Okay, so I want to separate. There's two different kinds of getting away with something. There's a way of getting away with something legally, and there's a way of getting away with something socially. So
I don't think he thinks he can get away with it either.
Okay, so legally, beating up a woman is illegal. Legally, what you believe happened, to clarify, do not believe it happened in a legal context, but you believe that he was engaging in revenge porn, right? Okay, so you think that he is willing to do something that he will be punished for on a legal level, but not on a social level.
Well, the thing, so I think that as he started just like scrolling, and then he's like, oh shit, he stopped showing it as soon as he realized that he might, but he still did it. But I don't think he realized the implications of his actions until after he did it. But he still fucking posted, so he's a fucking retard. I don't think he's a very fucking smart guy. I think he's trying to hurt her, and I think, yeah, he did engage in revenge porn, and he's like, I mean, sorry, buddy. I mean, you thought about it after you fucking showed it a little bit, but you fucking stopped. Then he started showing it to her so that he could fucking freak her out. I think that he's just trying to hurt her any way that he fucking can get away with. This conversation about men hitting women is a totally different conversation. Yes, it's bad, but I don't
think it's different. I think that it's context for conversations that are clearly antagonistic between men and women.
He didn't hit her.
I think that in every conversation that is, a clear end to a relationship, in every conversation that is about a man's frustration towards a woman, that the man has an obligation to have an understanding that beyond just not literally physically hurting her, he also has an obligation, even in his frustration, to convey that he is not a physical threat. Okay, so earlier when you said that it would be better if he was screaming at her, that was
different
wrong.
Conversation. Yeah, this is a totally different conversation.
So I just want to clarify.
I did say it.
That was wrong.
But because what you're engaging in right now is you're doing the same thing where you're saying, well, this is more wrong, so that justifies this thing by comparison. So I think that both hitting her and recording her to humiliate her, revenge porn, fucking threatening her, and reminding her she can't leave the car. If you want to talk about threats of violence, that in itself is incredibly scary to do that, especially when you're fucking manically laughing. But I think that both of those things are wrong, and neither of them are justified. And so I don't think that she was cry bullying. So if he hit her or if he did what he did, I don't think her crying is fucking bullying him in any way.
Earlier in this conversation, you said that you would have preferred that he scream at her.
Yes, I would. This is a different conversation, but this is a different whole fucking topic because I think both are bad. Yes, I think it's bad. I think it is bad.
I will just inform you, as a matter of fact, that screaming at women is worse than laughing at women when you are alone.
But that's not what we're talking about here. So that is like a retarded false equivalency. It's insane what you're doing in the conversation right now when you do that. Because when you say that it's just a matter of comparing screaming and laughing, what you're doing is because he's laughing manically while he's fucking enraged and he's trying to hurt her. So it's not the laughing. It is not the laughing that is the hurtful thing. It is the fact that he's filming her and telling her she fucking can't leave the car, like fucking showing her fucking sex and trying to record her face and telling her he's going to post it online. That is the thing that's bad. I never said that was the laughing that was bad. Okay, so both of those things are bad. I never said that screaming is better than laughing. So that is retarded. I didn't. You're trying to make it so that you're trying to put me on this retarded position. That's not my position. I think that screaming. I think screaming is better than revenge porn.
So we agree.
Screaming is better than revenge porn. Do you think screaming is better than revenge porn or worse?
I don't know. It depends on the context of the screaming, and I don't know. It depends on the context of the revenge porn. But I want to clarify something. Specifically, do you think
it's always worse? I think it's always worse to do revenge porn than scream. Always.
That's insane. I genuinely think that's insane.
I think you're insane.
Okay.
Screaming, if you hit them, yes, it's bad. But the being intimidating in the moment is way less bad than revenge porn, which is forever.
Okay, let's go back to the speakeasy.
Fucking retard.
let's go back to the speakeasy one. That was very disrespectful. I've not.
I'm fucking pissed. I'm enraged. I'm screaming at you.
I know, but it's a little different because one, we're online, and two, you could not beat me up. But so, okay, my speakeasy situation was, yeah. So let's say that you're 2 a.m. alone with a woman, right? And you start screaming at her and calling her names and all of that, as you just did to me. It was very disrespectful. I was deeply wounded. Do you think that that is better or worse than you get a picture from a woman on Tinder and she's like, "Hey baby, ooh woo," then she sends you a picture clothed but in a bikini, and then you send it to your bros and you're like, LOL. Which of those is worse?
Sending a picture to your bros is not revenge porn. So
For
also,
sure.
people on Tinder are anonymous until like, so if it's on Tinder, like you're not actually like.
Her name is Susie. It says
Susie?
her name is Susie. Yeah.
Okay.
Her name is Susie, and she's
Then
10
that makes
miles
it a
away.
little worse. So if you disclose that, it gets a little worse.
Okay, but is it as bad as screaming alone at a woman at 2:00 in the morning in a dark bus stop while holding a knife?
I think that the Tinder situation gives you enough layers of distance that it is not as bad.
Cool. Okay. So revenge porn is not always worse than screaming at a woman.
Sure. Just like I said at the beginning of this conversation, I can come up with a scenario where rape is fucking not even immoral. Okay.
That's cool. I just
Let's
wanted to
like say
clarify.
like I have an antidote
Now
in my
on to
dick
the
and
second
someone's
one.
poisoned, and the
Now on
only
to the
way
second
that I
one.
can like cure their poison is to come in their pussy.
You keep on filibustering. You won't let me and finish. Do you know when you're playing a video game? I don't play that many video games, but you know how when the NPCs are just like doing their little tirade, and then you just go skip, 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 so they can finish their tirades. Then you can just like get to your.
I mean,
that's
we
what I
both
feel
do.
like.
We both feel that way
I
about
wanna
each other because
skip
we're
your
fighting.
tirade, right? I want to skip your tirade because it's my tirade turn. So just my very simple question: do you think that screaming at a woman while alone in a car is generally worse than laughing at a woman, even laughing at, not with, but laughing at a woman while alone in a car?
I already stated the answer to this question, so I'm not going to do it again. Is this retarded?
I don't remember your first response.
Obviously, so you're well. I think obviously screaming is worse, and
Cool.
the reason that this is retarded is because the laughing is the as absolute. It's not even registering for me as is important in the abuse. The laughing is only registering for me as far as diagnosing his emotional state in the moment, which is clearly fucking manic rage.
This is glorious. I'm very happy with you.
Boring. Fuck
you
you.
for letting me complete. No, I completed my side quest. We can get back to the main event. I'm proud of you. We've succeeded. In the
Okay,
side
it's
quest.
boring because I'm right, and you have nothing to say about it.
Okay.
You have no response.
Okay. We've been here for over 2 hours. I think I clearly have responses.
No, every
okay.
time I fucking lay out my
So
point, you deviate to something else. You start comparing it to something else, but you
Now
won't.
let's talk about the crybaby. Let's talk about the cryballing component. Okay.
We already talked about this.
Nope, we didn't.
Okay.
You kept interrupting, and I hadn't gotten to my component. But I did let you fill out your component, which is good because now I understand your views. Okay. In the same way that I think that a man has an obligation to understand that he is physically stronger than a woman, I think that women have an obligation to understand that the public is likely to take their view in any loud squabble.
I disagree with both of these. I think it's insane. So you're saying that men are not allowed to be angry at women, and women are not allowed to be like emotional. Like both, you're saying that both these people are not allowed to be emotionally. Both of these people are emotionally dysregulated. They're emotionally dysregulated, and she's handling it like completely like naturally by just crying, and he's handling it by trying to cause her harm and hurt her.
Okay. I just wanted to repeat what I said. I think that there are obligations that come with a man's body. You seem to agree with that. I am now saying that I think there are obligations that come
I
with
don't
a
think it's
woman's
an
body.
actually no, I don't agree with that. I actually changed my mind. I don't think it's an obligation. I think it is like something you have to understand, but I don't think that men are obligated to be more emotionally regulated than women. Just like so if a woman like just so in the same way that if a woman is
I
upset,
just want to clarify. I didn't say that either.
she
I
has
didn't
every
say-
right to fucking cry, and a man has every right to have rage. It happens.
I didn't say, just wanted to clarify, I didn't say that men have an obligation to be more and more emotionally regulated. I said specifically that men have an obligation to emotionally regulate out away from the kinds of behavior that imply violence is imminent.
Right. So yeah,
That
but so
specific thing
right.
is something
So
that men have an obligation
that
to
belief of
push
yours,
their frustration away from that particular manifestation of their anger.
right?
Right?
Okay.
I'm
So
not saying
I
they
don't
can't
think.
be angry.
Okay.
I'm
I
not saying
don't
they
think.
can't be annoyed. I'm not saying that they can't have like feelings and all that shit. I'm saying specifically they need to regulate in
Okay.
a way that clarifies that they are not a physical threat.
Okay, I think that justification or that logic that you're going by, that morality you're going by, leads to a situation where instead of channeling like having I think that just screaming is a more healthy expression of rage. He's channeling it into like smothering it and trying to cause her harm. Like he's actually trying to cause her like lasting harm and like humiliate her. He's trying to abuse her. Like just screaming is abusive, but he's not like trying to abuse her, and it just happens. Just like crying can be abusive, it just fucking happens. Like so yeah, like it's bad.
Right. The point is that
but
like the point is that the with your body, you have an obligation to understand that as a result of your body, certain behaviors that void context what might not be abusive, as a result of the fact that you exist in the body that you do exist in, become abuse.
I don't agree. Only with hitting, like because you're like stronger. I think you have a
Okay, so let's give a very very ridiculous example. Kids often will just like go up against people and just be like and punch them in the leg, right?
Right.
Often that'll happen with a toddler, right? That's not abuse from a toddler, but by the time that toddler, say it again.
I mean, it's not abuse in that it's ineffective, it's impotent. But they are. I mean, all kids are actually narcissists. Like a narcissist is someone that doesn't like grow up. So the way the being a narcissist is so kids are like little abusive assholes.
I don't want this. You're making another side quest.
Yeah, they are being abusive.
Stop inventing side quests. I'm trying to just stay.
No, it's not invent. I'm just saying it is abusive. I'm trying to justify my opinion.
Okay.
Like my opinion is the side quest because you don't want me to give my opinion.
No, I do want you to give your opinion.
Okay.
But I want.
Well, then shut the fuck up.
Okay. No, I apologize. You're right. I should not have. I should not have insulted you for that. That you are actually correct on that. Okay. Fuck. I lost my train of thought.
I really appreciate that. I don't think that you're enabling. I think you have a. I don't. I know. I think the cryability thing is enabling of narcissistic abuse.
Cool. So let's get back to it. Okay. So we agree that men specifically, in a way that children do not, in a way that women do not, and specifically larger men, have an obligation that comes with our bodies in terms of the way that we must control our behavior in recognition of what our bodies are.
Our behavior, and okay, I think that okay. I have another example where I want to bring up. Okay, is that okay?
Question? No, I want you to answer this question first.
As far as physical violence, yes, because men can hurt women more. But I don't think as far as the.
But I'm not.
I don't agree with the optics though.
Punch. I'm not just saying men can't punch, right? I'm saying men have an obligation to convey that they are not on the brink of punching.
No.
That's not a thing that we have an obligation to do. So then back to the
I think so. So this is exactly so. Like I was saying, I think that he was smothering. I think that he was. I think he was smothering his emotions, and I think so. Let's say that you are a man and you are on the brink of punching, and you don't convey that. I think you're in the wrong. You have to convey that. Like you have to be like, I literally am so. You're obligated to let a woman know if you're on the brink of punching them. or else like you're gonna punch them. So like, yeah, like even though it's like bad to be on the brink of punching someone, you gotta fucking tell them, like, because you have to.
But he's not on the brink of punching.
I think he is. I think he is.
Smith.
I think he really is. Really. He's trying to cause as much harm as he can, humiliate her as much as he can. He's trying to escalate the situation. And I think that if she responded by doing anything but just being completely silent and crying, she's just trying to like ignore him. She's crying. And I think if she like got physical with him, I think he fucking would have hit her.
But yeah, if she hit him first, yes, he would hit back.
Okay, and that's not justified.
That's for sure true. But I don't think that he is making any motions or conveying anything that implies that he is about to start a fight, a physical fight.
Oh, yeah, no, he is escalating. He is trying to antagonize her. He's humiliating her. He's trying to cause long-lasting harm. He's literally like making threats. He's making 2 threats. He's saying she can't leave the car right now, and he's also saying that like I'm going to post this online. So yeah, he's making threats. Yeah, so he's trying to escalate the situation. He really fucking wants to fucking hit her so much.
But he's not conveying that he's not going to. Like, men don't have an obligation not to want to hit women.
I don't think he's conveying. Okay, I'm going to be pedantic as you. I'm going to be as fucking pedantic as you are. I don't think he's conveying that he's not going to. I just think he's not conveying that he's going to.
Cool. Okay, he's not. That's fair. He's not conveying that he's going to hurt her in a physical way. Awesome. And I think that he has an obligation not to convey that he's going to physically hurt her.
I think that, okay, going to is it doesn't matter at that point. But if he wants to physically hurt her, you probably fucking say they're trapped in a car. Like, he should get out of the car.
Right,
he shouldn't even be in the same fucking car as her.
I'm saying that men have an obligation when in a fight not to convey that they are a physical threat to a woman that they are not a physical threat to.
I don't think men are obligated to like control their emotions or control like how they like. I think that you are. I think that
this is crazy.
I think that men.
What you're saying is crazy. No, crazy. Not that men shouldn't hit, but that men don't have an obligation to convey that they are not going to hit. Men do have an obligation.
I don't know. Men do not have an obligation to not. There men that want to hit women. You're saying they have an obligation to convey that they don't want to hit women. I'm saying the opposite.
They don't want to, that they're not going to.
Right, but they want to. So I think if they want to.
Wait, hold up, Smith. I am not like a thought police, like 1984 nonsense person. Okay,
that's not what you're not engaging with me right now. That's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay, you want to listen to me? Or you want to do a straw man? Like you keep doing. When you hold your fucking hair like that, you look like that guy from the. You look like that guy from.
Generally, when you're trying to insult someone, it's better to do it.
This is not an insult. This is not. This is a joke.
You look like the guy from the. You look like the guy.
No, the Hangover. When you hold your.
Here's what I look like right now. I'll tell you. I'll insult myself for you. Okay? Because
I'm not trying. I was making a joke. Because it's
not
insulting.
I will insult myself. No, it's my turn. I will insult myself. Here's what I look like. You know the guy from the Burgers Fall from the Sky movie? That guy? That's what I look like. My hair is very reminiscent of him.
No. I was saying you look like when you hold your hair back at the angle and it's slicked back, you look like the guy from The Hangover. Like, you're less fat than him, but like anyway.
Interesting.
Because he slicked his hair back. Anyway, I don't even remember what the fuck. I interrupt. I just wanted to.
You interrupted because you were scared because I was making a really good point.
No, I wanted to. I just had a intrusive like ADHD like joke thought, and I thought it would be more entertaining than whatever the fuck I was.
No, you interrupted me because you were frightened.
Okay, I think that men. Okay, I do not think that men should be policing their actual thoughts and emotions. So that's not in the question at all. That's not what I'm saying.
Should be policing their own actions.
I think that men that want to hit women. You're saying that they should communicate that they don't want to hit women, and I think they should
want to, but they are not going to.
Okay, yeah. So men that want to hit women should communicate that they're not going to. I think that men. Okay, I think that's dumb. I think that men that want to hit women should communicate that they want to hit them and remove themselves from the situation where they're in the room with the woman that they want to hit.
Okay, I believe that when you are an adult. Like I'm going to admit to a thing, right? I work in construction, okay? Sometimes when I see a person on a ladder, okay, I just have this desire to just push over the ladder, right? It's a desire. I've never done it, but it's a desire that comes to my mind, right? But the thing is that I'm not a toddler.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, the thing is, this is what I'm saying. I'm not a toddler, and so I am not going to push over the ladder. And beyond not just pushing over the ladder, I'm also not going to tell them, hey, I really want to push over this ladder, right?
Okay, false equivalency.
Because in saying it, I am implying that it is a possibility.
Right.
It's not actually a possibility.
Right. Okay, so yeah, that's the
I'm not
so
gonna push
like
it
so
over.
a child like a child that frivolously wants to push over a ladder is not comparable. I'm talking about someone that is like, I think if you are emotionally dysregulated and enraged at a woman and you want to hit her, there is a possibility. I think that there is. I think he is emotionally dysregulated. We just disagree on that. I think that there is a possibility. I think he's doing what you want, where he's trying to communicate that he's not emotionally dysregulated, but he absolutely is. And I think that if you are emotionally dysregulated and you want to hit a woman, then you have to tell her and you have to make it so she can remove herself from your proximity, because it is a possibility that you will hit her. And so the way to prevent that is to be forthcoming about your fucking disgusting rage.
Okay. Someone is 25 feet in the air on a ladder. I am holding the ladder. A thought comes into my head.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you're enraged. A thought is not the same.
Quibble. Blah, blah, blah. You're not Quibbles. I'm Quibbles. I forgot. Okay. I am at the bottom of the ladder. I'm holding the ladder. They're 25 feet in the sky. Okay. I think that simply saying to the person, I want to push over this ladder, is bad. I wouldn't, even if you don't push over the ladder, just saying that you want to push over the ladder is in and of itself bad. You shouldn't do that.
Okay.
Having the thought is fine, so long as you both don't act upon it and also don't convey the thought exists.
Okay.
Because conveying the thought exists is something that implies that it is a possibility.
Agree. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that is the thing I'm trying to talk about. So if you have a frivolous thought, if you have a frivolous thought that you want to fucking push over the ladder, yeah, that's not a possibility. Yes. If you're enraged at the person I'm enraged at you right now. If you're enraged at the person that is on the ladder, they've made you so mad that you want to fucking tip over the ladder because you want to hurt them. At that point, it is a possibility that that could happen. Especially if you keep escalating and they respond the way it pisses you off more, it becomes more and more and more of a possibility. So I think, in the case that you are enraged and emotionally dysregulated, someone fucking cheated on you and discovered it on their fucking phone, you should be forthcoming about the fact that you want to hit them, okay? And he literally is trying to cause as much harm to her emotionally and reputationally as he possibly can without hitting her. So and he's laughing manically after getting cheated on. So I think he's doing the thing that you think men should do, where he's trying to conceal the fact that he wants to hurt her. But I think that is making him hurt her even more. And so I think
men can hurt women. That's okay.
I don't think it's okay. No.
Men can't physically hurt women.
Okay, yeah, that's I would disagree. It's not okay. It's not justified for him to fucking do this retaliation bullshit.
Okay, I want to clarify.
He's being abusive. It's not abuse is not okay.
I want to clarify what I mean when I say okay. When I say okay there, I mean within the bounds of acceptable back and forth. In the same way, in the same way that right now, it would be different, not just in degree, but in kind, for America to drop a nuke on Russia than what we're doing in Ukraine. It's a difference, not in degree, but in kind, to punch a woman than to insult her, than to make fun of her. All of those things are different in kind.
So you're doing the same comparative morality thing, that I keep protesting to, where you're saying, well, it's bad, but also this is worse, so it's okay. No, he's
No,
abusing
no.
her, and it's not okay. It doesn't matter that hitting her is worse. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with the situation that hitting her is worse. It doesn't fucking matter. He's abusing her, and he's doing illegal shit. He's doing unacceptable behavior. The fact that she's crying doesn't justify it. The fact that she cheated on him doesn't justify it. The fact that he could have hit her instead. The fact that he fucking could have hit her instead doesn't justify it. Nothing makes it okay.
Smith, I want to clarify. I think that a lot of the things that are going on in Ukraine are unacceptable too, but I think they're different in kind than nuclear war.
Okay.
Right?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Like, so that doesn't. What does that have to do with talking of like? So it's okay.
No, I did say that, and I misspoke. It's not okay, but it is something that is different in kind.
Okay, doesn't matter.
Violence.
Doesn't matter. Okay, we weren't talking about physical violence. This wasn't about physical violence. You only brought up physical violence so that you could say that it's not as bad. No, you only brought up physical violence so that you could compare it to it so that you could say it's not as bad. Okay, so you are enabling of narcissistic abuse because you're trying to compare it to things that are worse. You're trying to say that her cheating makes it okay. You're trying to say that her fucking crying, that's fucking Darvo, if any fucking Darvo ever exists. The fact that she's fucking crying after being abused, you think that makes it okay. So there is nothing that makes the abuse okay. He is abusing her. This is the abuse that narcissists do, and it's not okay. That is my point. And okay, are you done interrupting me? Because I'm not gonna fucking stop until you shut the fuck up.
If you want to be silent, I simply need 5 minutes to explain why this is relevant. Can I do that?
Are you gonna compare it to something worse again?
I want 5 minutes uninterrupted.
Can't promise.
Literally, you can time me.
I'm not gonna promise shit.
Smith, we've been here for 2.5 hours. You're not willing to give me 5 minutes?
I've given you 2.5 hours.
But you haven't. You haven't given me any time uninterrupted. I want 5 minutes uninterrupted.
You have interrupted every single fucking thing I said.
I'll give you 5 minutes first.
No, I'm not. No, just go.
Why not?
I like you.
Can I have my 5 minutes then?
I cannot promise that, dude.
Why not?
Because if you say something that smuggles something in again, then I'm gonna have to like refute it, or else I'm gonna be engaging in a framework that I don't consent to engage. Or I mean, that's a loaded way of saying it, but I don't want to fucking engage in.
Okay, so we've been having a back and forth for 2.5 hours. How much progress do you think that we've made? Or actually, let me rephrase.
I mean, it's not.
Let's frame it this way.
A stream.
Let's propose that you did a 10-minute video. You're making a video on this subject, right?
It's more about me. But it's a good example of what it looks like to be in a relationship with a narcissist.
Okay, so you're making a video on this topic, right?
Yeah, it's just my feelings and my.
Yeah, sure. And so that video is going to be 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
I don't know. It might be like half an hour. I don't know.
Okay, cool. Let's call it half an hour.
Maybe 10 minutes. I don't know.
Okay, let's call it half an hour because that's the largest of those possibilities. Let's call it half an hour. And then if I were to make a video on my views on this and it were to be synthesized, it would probably take 10 minutes to convey, presuming that I didn't script it. If I scripted it well, it could probably take 5 minutes. We have now been back and forth for 2.5 hours. I personally don't think that you have full understanding of what I've said, or what I believe, rather. You have an understanding of what I've said, but you not have a full understanding of what I believe. I think, therefore, that it is unproductive to be doing the back and forth as we're doing currently, because I don't think that you yet have an understanding of my beliefs. So I think, therefore, it makes sense to allow you to fully flesh out your full belief, and for me to fully flesh out my belief at which point we will both understand the full belief of the other person, at which point we can get back to whatever the floopity boppity is.
Okay. But if you, okay, I'm completely comfortable letting you say what you believe. I want that so much. I want it so much, okay? But if you start talking about what I believe, like there's a difference between telling me what you think that I believe and actually like making, like if you use my position as a counterpoint to your position and keep continuing, but you're wrong about my position, that's called a straw man. And so if you start engaging in straw mans, then I'm going to have to interrupt you.
Why?
Because they're going to fucking pile up. It makes it really hard. It makes it incredibly difficult to engage in a conversation with someone that that wants to be able to straw man you and are interrupted. And like the more straw man you build, the harder it is to even communicate. The more...
Yeah, sure. There is a risk. I think that the risk that we've gotten to currently...
Oh, well, the risk, yeah, but the risk to making a promise, yeah, but I'm not going to fucking make a promise. I'm telling you, if you do this, I'm going to interrupt you. So just don't do it.
Right, but your understanding of what is and is not a miscalculation of what your views are is going to be clouded because if you're promising to interrupt prior to me finishing the point...
No, I'm promising to interrupt.
No, you're
just doing it right now. You're doing it right now. I'm promising to interrupt if you strawman me.
Right, if I strawman you. That's my point.
Yeah.
So that's actually a good example of it, right? That was what I was getting to say, right? That's what I was planning to complete the sentence with and to finish off the conveyance, right?
Right, so I feel no shame in that.
And so if I was able to finish that sentence as a whole before you had interrupted me, the interruption wouldn't have been necessary.
Why is it bad for me to interrupt you if you straw man me?
Because we've been at this for 2.5 hours and I haven't yet been able to give my 5 minutes.
If you keep straw manning me, then it's your fault. I think it's totally fine to interrupt someone when they're straw manning you.
There's a reason that like actual debate, like real debate, not online debates, but like actual debates, there's a reason that they start with an opening statement from both sides. Because it's important to be able to have both sides like convey their view. And my frustration is we've been at this for 2.5 hours and I still haven't conveyed my view as a whole.
Okay, someone pointed out in my chat that what you're doing right now is stonewalling. And you're trying to put the blame on me for your inability to fucking communicate.
So that, yeah, so sure, I'm asking for special aid because I am not as good a communicator as you, the beloved Smith. And so therefore, because I'm not as good a communicator as the beloved Smith, I need 5 minutes. We are now 2 hours, 35 minutes into this conversation. I need 5 minutes.
Okay, well, only talk about what your belief and your opinion is.
I can't promise that. I need 5 minutes.
Well, then I can't give you, because if you were to do an opening statement, where you're like, this is what this person thinks, and this is this person's position, this is this person's position.
An opening statement is an explanation of what my views are and why I believe that I disagree with you. That's what an opening statement is.
I'm willing to listen to what your beliefs are. If we're going to talk about our disagreement, then I'm going to engage with you. And if you say that I'm not allowed to engage with your disagreement, then we have an impasse.
I'm asking for 5 minutes uninterrupted. You can take whatever notes you want, right? You can have 5 minutes first uninterrupted, but I'm literally asking for 5 minutes.
I don't think that you're incapable of not strawmanning me.
I don't think I'm incapable either, but I do find it frustrating because multiple times you have accused me of strawmanning you, and in that exact most scenario, you were wrong. I wasn't strawmanning you. I was simply not finished with the sentence.
No, because there's no reason to fucking say that in the first place if you weren't strawmanning. Like if you're just gonna agree with me, then why were you fucking like? I think that you're gaslighting me by even fucking saying that. Like, if you didn't disagree with me, then why the fuck were you saying?
Okay, so you have now taken up 2 hours and 37 minutes of my time, and you're not willing to grant me 5.
I am, under the condition you don't strawman me. Those are my conditions.
How will we know if I'm strawmanning you?
If you tell me what my position is.
Okay. I'm not allowed to tell you what your position is. I'm just writing this down. I'm not allowed to tell you what your position is, but
I'm not gonna
the
hang
goal
up on
is
him.
to explain why I think I disagree with you.
They tell me, someone in my chat. I'm not fucking. Okay.
The goal is to try to understand why I disagree with you. So if I'm trying to explain why I disagree with you, surely in order to do that, I would have to explain what I understand your position to be. And if I'm wrong about what your position is, that's fine. But that is still, in good faith, my actual genuine disagreement with me.
Okay,
I simply misunderstand you.
No, that's not how this works. So I'm the affirmative in this case, and you're the negative. Okay, I've actually been in policy debate, which is the most rigorous fucking form of debate. So I'm going to. We've already tried this and we failed. We've tried this. We've tried this repeatedly and we failed. But I state my position, okay, and then you tell me what you disagree with, and then you don't have to tell me what my position is because I've said it. Okay, you follow my position and you tell me what you disagree with. You just strawmanning me. It is not part of that fucking equation.
If I'm strawmanning you in your definition here, there are two reasons that could be the case. One reason could be that I am in bad faith misrepresenting what you believe. But another possibility is that I don't understand what you believe, which, given that neither one of us has given an opening statement, seems quite reasonable, because you don't understand what I believe, I assure you, because multiple times you've said things about my views, like, for example, I think that he is blameless, like, for example, that I think, like, all of these different things that you've said.
I don't think you think he's blameless. I think you're just.
I don't think you're strawman.
I think you're totally dismissing. I think you're justifying. I think you are justifying and you're enabling narcissistic abuse by making comparisons to other things, by saying that there's something wrong with her crying. I think that you are saying that, like, the fact that she cheated makes it okay. I think you're saying that the fact that he could have hit her instead makes it okay. These are all fucking insane to me.
These are all insane because you don't understand what I believe.
Okay, then what is it?
Well, that's why I'm asking for 5 minutes.
You don't need to say what I think to answer that question.
Clarify. This request for 5 minutes has now gone on for 10 minutes. I just want to clarify, which I think is funny.
You're stonewalling.
Because I want 5 minutes.
Nope, you're not gonna fucking get it. You're not gonna get it.
Earlier, okay, you were saying that the most rigorous form of debate is what?
I wasn't any good at policy debate, but it's just policy debate is like.
Let's follow the rules of policy debate.
No.
Policy debate format. I just want to look it up. Structure of policy debate. Okay, so first is the first affirmative constructive. Okay, right. That can be you.
That's what I just told you.
So you get 5 minutes uninterrupted to just explain your view. Then first negative constructive. So I get 5 minutes to explain my view. Then there's a second affirmative. There's actually a second speech and a second speech from the opposite side. And then there's the first rebuttal, uninterrupted rebuttal. And then the first affirmative negative rebuttal, right?
They're 15 minutes long.
There's actually no part where there's crossfire.
Right.
So let's follow that.
No, the reason I don't want to follow that is because what I was trying, I already explained to you. So in that form of debate, the affirmative states their position, then the negative states their disagreement with that position, and they might have a counter plan, or they're poking holes in it. That them making so the way that this works is you this is the details, but you read cards, okay? So you have everything you say only means anything if you have evidence for it. So you're speed reading really fast just to get as much information in the time slot. And we're not going to do that. But you have evidence for every claim that you make, and it gets put on the record of the debate, okay? So it's impossible to straw man, because if you say that I'm saying something I'm not, it's like literally not on the record and you're wrong. It doesn't work. So in that case, I have to trust you to not strawman me, and I'm saying that I think you will strawman me because every time you do it, you do strawman me, and you're stonewalling me now. Like, there's no reason to think that, like, why do you think that you can why would you even be arguing with me right now if you don't think that you're gonna strawman me? Just say what you think.
Because Smith, I think that you're going to misinterpret a half fleshed out view as a straw man.
Don't even say what my view is.
What it is as full.
I want to know what your view is, because I told you what I think. Okay, we'll do it in the reverse. I told you what I think your view is. Why am I wrong?
Oh, yeah. Okay, explain what you think my view is.
Okay.
I promise
think
not
that
to
you, it's not that long. Okay. I think that you are enabling narcissistic abuse by blaming the victim because her crying makes it like she's abusing him somehow, because she cheated, and that makes it like more justified somehow, even though it's still bad, or because he could have hit her. And these are all reasons that you're using these to you're only bringing these up to make it look less bad what he's doing. And I think that it doesn't matter, because he's still doing something bad, and we both agree that he's still doing something bad. I don't think any of that other stuff matters. I think he's doing something bad, and it's abusive, and it's not okay.
Okay, here's what my view is. I think there are obligations that come with being a man. One of the obligations that comes with being a man is that you have an obligation not only to not physically abuse women, but also to convey to women that you are not a threat of physical abuse. That is a belief that I have across the board in all situations for all men, or at the very least for all men of a certain size and stature. I likewise think that there is a specific obligation that comes in a context of clearly irreconcilable differences between people at the end of a relationship, as this, I believe, quite clearly is. I also believe that women have certain obligations in the same way that men have obligations in relationship to their bodies. In the same way that when alone, every man is a potential physical threat, if he chooses to be, to a woman. When in public, every woman is a potential threat, physical threat actually, to a man that she is with, in that she can cry, and she can cry loudly, in order to ensure that the people around them will take her side. That is true across the board. They will always take the woman's side because, rightly, society understands men to be the larger physical threat. Even if they're not the perpetrator of violence, they are the physical threat that is larger than the woman, regardless. Therefore, when I'm describing cry-bullying, I am saying that in the same way that screaming as a man is a implied physical threat, that when sitting in a semi-public environment like a car while driving in a public space, when a woman starts loudly crying, that there is an implied, particularly because he's a black man and because she's a white woman, physical threat to him. And what that is, how it manifests, is that when you're crying like that, you know that you are doing an action that void context will provide to you the support of the people in view, regardless of the context that got to the guy being there with a woman crying. When a woman is crying in public and a man is there clearly frustrated with her, even if he's not raising his voice, even if he's being perfectly, respectful, and void context would be in the full right to be frustrated with her, the public will take her side. And women have an obligation to be aware of that fact. And I think that she is aware of that fact. And I think that she chose to wield that fact in a way to imply violence against him and to imply an implicit threat of public exposure against him through those tears. And I think, therefore, that in that context, that the obligation for him, in order to protect himself physically, includes an obligation, one, to ensure that it is clear that he is not a physical threat to her, to two, ensure that it is clear, not just to the two of them, but also to a potential third party that may come down the road, which is why I think it is reasonable to be recording. And also to do that in a manner wherein he is conveying himself as being the victim of her behavior, rather than the presumption socially among people who are shared friends, which is, generally speaking, that women are the ones who are in the right when there is something that is a clear breakdown. And that is why he has an obligation to protect himself, to show that she was cheating. Now, I want to clarify that showing that she was cheating does not require that he do something like literally show the sex. That's inappropriate. He shouldn't have done that. But it is acceptable for him to make clear in a context like this one, at the very least for posterity, though perhaps not to be published, certainly not to be published in front of millions of people, though in his defense, he didn't know that this was going to go viral. That is something that he has an obligation to do for his own protection, in the same way that she has rights to do certain things that she thinks are going to protect herself from physical violence. If there was reason for her to believe that he was going to be physically violent, she absolutely should be recording. She absolutely should be calling her friend. She absolutely should be doing the kinds of things that women often do in order to protect themselves from male physical violence. That was like 4 minutes.
So she should be crying? Just one
She should
clarifying
not be
question.
crying.
She should not be crying. Crying is something women do to protect themselves from male physical
No.
abuse, by the way.
No, crying is not something that women do to protect themselves. Crying
No,
is something
it is.
crying is something that women do in order to curry favor in the public.
To protect
and
themselves.
Sometimes currying favor in the public is necessary in order to physically protect themselves, in which case it is perfectly acceptable. But in this case, there is no reason for her to believe that she is under physical threat, and therefore the crying is crying wolf. She is wielding the fact that she has that ability to do.
Okay, I don't agree, but that is aside from the point.
And that she doesn't, in order to wield her gender and her sex over him.
Okay, I don't agree with that, but that is aside from the point. Okay, so I think that it doesn't matter that he could have hit her, and that it's scary, or that it could that acting as if because that's not what happened. Okay, I think that there is great argument, which I've already agreed with, for filming for sake of posterity to protect himself in this situation. Great point. Great fucking point. In this hypothetical scenario, you've acknowledged some of the wrongdoing that he's done. So in this hypothetical scenario where he wasn't actually being abusive and he wasn't engaging in any wrongdoing and he was just doing his due diligence to protect himself by filming, that would be okay. But that's not what's happening. So I think that he, so it doesn't matter that she cheated. It doesn't matter that she's crying. And I don't think she has an obligation not to cry. I think that's insane. And I think that you are just, you're making all these comparisons to be dismissive of and to Darvo and fucking justify or enable narcissistic abuse. None of that matters to me. None of what you said. So except for the point about filming, none of that makes any difference because what he did was abusive. Okay. The filming, it's okay. Good argument. He could film to protect himself, but it doesn't matter because he failed because he abused her. He was being abusive. He was laughing at her, filming her the laughing proves he's doing it to mock her. He's doing it to humiliate her. The posting it, he said in the thing that he was going to post it. So it was a threat. He reminded her that she can't leave the car. So your whole comparison to the threat of violence is out the window when you're reminding a woman that you're stuck in a car with that she fucking can't leave you. That's a threat. Okay. So he is being abusive And none of that fucking matters because he is abusing her. And it's called narcissistic abuse. That's how we classify this. So none of what you said contradicts anything I said. None of that justifies or makes okay his behavior. His behavior was in the wrong. There's no point to even bring any of that fucking up.
Okay, here's why I brought it up. I think that when I read a rather long tweet by you that goes in depth over all of the things that he did wrong and gives zero context over the things that I think she did wrong, that there is something being implied there.
Right. Okay, so like, yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't think that
Hold up. I have a question. Hold up. If you don't agree with that, then why did you contest my tweet, which said nothing in defense of him?
I'm telling you. So you said that I'm not bringing. Okay. You said that I'm not bringing up the context because it's important to remember that while he's being abusive, she's also bad. So that's important to remind people. Well, I think that it doesn't. I don't think it is important.
Okay.
I don't think it. I don't think it is important. This is the core disagreement, okay? I don't think it is important to remind people that she's also bad when you're pointing out abuse. Actually, the only reason to point out that she's also bad is to be enabling of abuse. That's the only fucking reason.
Have you read Night by Elie Wiesel?
I have not.
Okay, you should. So Elie Wiesel was a Holocaust survivor. And Night is, I would say, probably the best piece of writing, narrative, sort of autobiography of his time in the camps. And it conveys some really fucked up behavior that he did. And I would say that the story of Elie Wiesel is fascinating, not simply because he was a victim of abuse, a victim of the Holocaust, but also because he was willing to grapple with the context of what he himself had done as a result of that abuse. And this is why I think that it is a really powerful narrative and a really powerful story that conveys more about the realities of living through abuse and living through something as bad as the Holocaust, something as bad as rape, something as bad as chronic rape, internal to the family kind of situations, right? There's something that he's able to convey there because he's willing to recognize his own flaws and his own failures. But I think if you were to take Night and you were to just list in a tweet, here are all the fucked up things that Elie Wiesel did during the Holocaust, and you didn't recognize the fucked up things that the Nazis did, putting him in the camp, right? I don't think that that would be an appropriate thing to do. Do you grant that?
No.
So you think that if a person simply just listed, here are all the bad things that Elie Wiesel did during the Holocaust, as someone living in the camps, as someone who was being starved intentionally, as someone whose mother was killed in front of him, as someone who's like all of these different things.
I said what I said. You want to hear why?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so I think that if you're talking about the bad things he did, and that is what you're talking about, the only reason to bring up the Holocaust is to explain why, explain his feelings, explain why you think it's justified. And it's obviously way more understandable. Like, it makes it way more, every abusive person can be related to. And there are a lot of abusive people that have way worse shit happen to them. That's probably why they're abusive. Okay, like, so somebody pulls all my mom's fingernails off, and then I go find that person, I pull just one of their fingernails off, and I goes in the news and I says, oh, I pulled their fingernail off, but but that person pulled all of his mom's fingernails off. No, it doesn't matter. I still, like, those are two different things. They're both bad. Like, I think like a story like that is really compelling, and like the level, the lows that we'll stoop to in various situations. Like, obviously, like there are things that'll drive people to abuse, but I don't think that those things make it okay or dismiss it. And if we're talking about the actual abuse in and of itself, it's inappropriate to bring up the why. Well, yeah, but this is why they're an abuser. No, that's not the point of that conversation. That's a different conversation. That's a conversation about like dynamics and stuff. That is like, if you're talking about him abusing her in this video, like, even if she did like something like it would be more understandable if she did something like, if she like cut off his like toe or something. It was like, I mean, like, I would just like emotionally, I'd be like, I would emotionally feel different, but it doesn't change the fact that what he's doing is wrong. It doesn't matter. It's like we can't. That's a moral analysis that compares things rather than has a moral standard that is applied across the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I would say, I think you're right that the context doesn't forgive bad behavior, but it does contextualize bad behavior, right?
But also on top of that, I also think that nothing she did even contextualizes it in a way that makes him sympathetic in any way. She cheated. It doesn't make she cheated. She cried, and he could have hit her.
One of the problems that we're facing in the situation is that I just don't think that you grant that cheating is as intense as a lot of people think it is.
No, it's intense. Yeah, no, it's intense, but it doesn't justify anything. And I think that,
to clarify, I didn't say justified, right? I don't think that what Eli
it just contextualizes it
is all good, but I think that there's a difference between, for example, stealing food from a starving person when you are yourself starving, when your own father is on death's door and you're watching him starve in front of you.
No, that's different. You're smuggling in a new thing because that's to save someone's life. In that case, it is justified because if you literally like, if I cut off your toe to save someone's life, like, even you should be like, dude, just cut off my toe. You know what I mean? Like, I would let you cut off my toe to save someone's life. You know what I mean? It's not the same.
No, it's not. The other people were all starving too, and he stole from starving people.
Okay, then
So context. It's different for me to steal from starving people when I have a full belly than to steal from starving people as a fellow person who is starving.
Desperate people, like with like life on the line, will do crazy fucked up shit. That's not the situation here. This is someone who got cheated on. There's no risk. There's no future risk to them. Hold on. You're saying that being cheated on is an extreme experience. Yes, but it's not comparable because there is no future risk. There's no impending doom. It's just you got cheated on. That sucks. Okay. You're gonna have to deal with it in a healthy way, and the way he dealt with it is not a healthy way.
Okay.
He abused her.
I would say that manslaughter is awful, right? I would say that manslaughter, immediately having watched someone, rape and murder your entire family, is, though still awful, different than just walking down the street and you decide to stab someone just cause.
Right. Okay. Yes, I agree. It is different. But like I already said, I think if you were talking about the bad thing that someone did, and there's like, but you have to remember that this person also had bad stuff done to them. No. That doesn't oh no, so instead of because what you're doing there is you're saying instead of focusing on the bad thing this person did, we should instead what you're effectively doing, I don't know if it's what you're saying, but what you're doing to everyone that ever hears you say any of those fucking words is you're saying instead of focusing on the bad thing this one person did, we should instead be focusing on the bad thing that this person did. And that is enabling.
Nowhere in my tweet did I say that
you're making people focus. So I'm saying you didn't say shit. I'm saying you are effectively telling people to focus.
It's my turn.
You were telling people to focus on a bad thing someone else did.
Smith, it's my turn.
We already fucking took turns. Okay?
Sure. I'm going to take another turn.
You are telling people that instead of focusing on a bad thing that one, I'm not playing. You can't do this. Just fucking engage in the. I don't make up random rules in the middle of the conversation to control you. You make up random rules in the middle of the conversation to control me. If you want to make up random rules in the conversation, we should have a conversation about what rules we should establish. You don't get to make them up.
I just want to talk now. I'd like you to not interrupt.
Let me finish my sentence then. So what you were doing is you're saying that instead of focusing, I'm focusing on the bad thing that this guy did, which is obviously abusive. I don't agree with you about the other shit, but it doesn't matter. You think that this other shit is bad, so you're saying, well, if you're gonna focus on the bad things that he did, remember to also focus on the bad things that she did. And I think that's insane. That like you're literally enabling abusive behavior when you do that.
Okay.
Textbook enabling.
Okay, you done? You're good?
Any psychologist worth their salt, any therapist will tell you this is what enabling looks like. Literally, strictly, textbook, word for word, verbatim.
You're done? You're good? Okay. I would say that your tweet was intentionally leaving out context. And that context
makes it okay.
Like the context of Elie Wiesel's actions during the Holocaust is relevant.
Yep, the context of she cheated on him, so it makes it okay somehow, and the fact that she cried. Okay, didn't make okay. It's just also bad. It's bad that she cheated. It's bad that she fucking cried. Are you fucking kidding me? And it's bad that he could have hit her.
That's the part that I don't like. That's the part that I don't like. When you say like as though it's not bad.
It's not.
That she.
It is not. It is. Of course, I'm going to say that because of course, and for you to imply that it's bad that she cried is fucking insane. I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let the fucking 15 people. I'm not like that. I'm not going to let these 15 people watching my stream hear that uncontested that it's bad that she cried.
That's the part that I don't like, because you granted. It took a long time, but eventually you granted that him screaming at her would have been inappropriate given the facts of their respective bodies.
Sure. Yeah. It's bad. Screaming's bad.
I don't like that you're pretending that white woman tears don't have implications for black men. I don't like that at all.
He is abusing her and she's crying. Period. You're saying that because he's black or because she's a white woman, she's not allowed to fucking cry when she's getting abused? Are you fucking out of your mind?
Do you think that's what I just said?
Yes, it is what you fucking said. What the fuck else are you saying?
I'm pretty sure it was pretty clear what I was saying.
You're saying it's harmful that she cried because he's black and because she's a white woman. That's what you fucking said.
I'm pretty sure that's not what I said.
Okay, then what did you say? This is getting exhausting.
Are you going to let me explain? It's getting exhausting because you keep on getting like all floopity-boppity.
What did you say?
Stop being floopity-boppity and you let me explain what I think.
If I let it just wash over me.
Me as you just did.
That was okay. What is it? I asked you, what did you say if that's not what you're saying?
This is ridiculous. We've been at this for 3 hours.
What did you say? Okay, if you're not saying, okay, so I think you're saying that it's bad for her to cry because he's a black man and because she's a white woman.
Why don't you just let me explain what I think?
So what am I wrong?
Guessing.
I mean, I already asked you, and you bring up other shit to stonewall me. So I think that you're saying that is bad,
I'm
that
not
she
asking
cried.
you what you think I'm saying. I'm
telling you what I think so you can correct me.
I'm
I'm telling you explicitly so you can correct me. I think you're saying that is bad. That
Why are
she
you doing
cried
this? I didn't
because
ask you
I think you're saying that it's bad that she cried because he's a black man and because she's a white woman. It sounds like what you just said. So what am I getting wrong?
That's not what I said.
What am I getting wrong?
What I said is that I think that there is an ability that women have, and that specifically white women have over black men, but just that women have over men writ large, to wield their tears and to wield their ability to easily claim victimhood status in order to protect themselves from reasonable criticism and in order to curry favor among the public. And I think that you're falling victim of it.
So what is the thing that makes her crying unjustified?
I think that she is crying in order to avoid criticism.
Wait. Let me finish that thought. Because the reason I asked that question is because I'm correct. I'm correct in my read from the very beginning, which you've gaslighted me about. The only reason that it makes sense to make that point is because you're saying that he's not abusing her, but he is abusing her. He's abusing her and she's crying. Get over it.
You should say that again. If you say it one more time, you'll convince me.
I think we're done.
I don't want to be done. It's frustrating that we're done because I don't think that you understand my view.
I don't think that you're ever going to clearly state your view, and I think you're gaslighting me, and I think I think that your goal is you want to enable abuse, and
I think that you came into this conversation with a lot more hatred than makes sense. Given that I didn't even come into this conversation,
it's not hatred, it's anger. I don't hate you. I already told you I like you, but I'm angry.
Fine, anger.
I do like you.
You're a lot more angry
You're likable.
than makes sense. Yeah. Thank you. I'm beautiful. I have a lovely
your
beard.
hands. You got like cool like hair spikes or whatever.
Yeah. There's a lot of redeeming qualities about me. One of the redeeming qualities about me is that I am right in this conversation. Okay. I think that the frustration is a little bit strange, given that we don't actually disagree on any of the facts of this case, that we don't actually disagree on anything that was, you admittedly don't seem to recognize either, in my view, at least to the degree that I do, that the weaponized white tears are a problem.
She's being abused.
And I don't think that you quite recognize to the degree that I do that cheating is a serious problem and that people shouldn't cheat.
That needs to be retaliated against. No, cheating.
No. That's not what I said.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
Well, so if he was expressing how like enraged he was that she was cheating, that argument makes sense. Except he's concealing it and he's not expressing that, so that doesn't really even apply at all. He's just punishing her. He's just abusing her. He's not actually expressing that he's like emotionally dysregulated. He's concealing it. He's manically laughing and he's trying to cause her harm and he's abusing her and she's crying because he's abusing her. And she's weaponizing her white woman tears because she's being abused.
Can you lay out what he should have done?
Okay, so if he's really emotionally there's a couple of things. I already said this.
I just want to clarify, just before you lay this out, I want to clarify his concerns going into this thing that he's about to engage in. Okay. 1, he's concerned that she's going to lie and claim that he did something that he didn't do in this exchange. 2, he's concerned that she is going to do that not just in terms of a legal sense, but also in terms of a social sense, because presumably they share a friend group. Okay. 3, he's concerned that she will genuinely be worried for her safety. And even though he's very frustrated with her, he doesn't want her to be physically
Lie about
concerned.
what? Lie about what?
Lie about him engaging in behavior that was either threatening to be physically abusive or lie that she is being physically abusive in this moment.
Right. So,
yeah.
Okay. So,
right.
Sure.
Like,
No,
I'm not
finish
done.
what you're fucking saying.
I have more clarification. You can take notes, okay? Take your notes. That's fine.
Finish what you're saying right now or I'm going to fucking start.
Smith. So much hate.
Okay, so what he should have done, I think he's emotionally dysregulated. Okay, so what he could have, and like I think we seem to agree, because you're saying the alternative would be screaming at her, and that could scare her, and it could look bad optically, and so he wants to be able to prove that because I don't think that there's actually evidence to suggest he believes that she is going to like lie about him. There's no reason to say that, but let's say that that's a concern he has. That's a valid. It's a valid concern. It is a valid concern. There's no reason to think that from this fucking video that she's a manipulative liar. But
we know that she's lied to him. We know that she's manipulative and a liar because she's cheated on him.
That doesn't make her a manipulative liar. Period. Okay, so
let me.
So if you want to fucking like go, so you're just as bad as me. You're worse because you lie about it. You act like I'm like, no, you do all the things that you think that are so bad about me, except I'm not hiding my emotions. Okay,
I would never.
So I think so. So if the alternative is him screaming at her and being intimidating, and that that's going to be bad for him optically too, so he's. Let's also assume that he is afraid that she's going to lie about him, where there's no reason to think. I don't think there's a fucking reason to think that she's a manipulative liar. Let's assume that these things are true. He's afraid.
Can I clarify why I think?
Because she cheated.
Because
let me
lied about her sexual engagement, and because
there's no reason
into sexual interactions with her that he would not have agreed to have had she been more truthful about the situation.
She did not tell him. That is not the same as being somebody like so somebody who like concealing a fact is a form of lie. Yes, lying by omission. Lying by omission is a form of lying. Lying by omission is not the same form of lying that leads to false allegations. Okay? So you're fucking wrong. Okay?
No,
so let me fucking continue. I want to tell you what I think he should have done. I want to tell you what I think he should have ddone. I want to tell you what I think he should have done. What he should have done. So if the alternative, so let me fucking start again. If the alternative is that he fucking could have screamed at her and scared her, and also assuming that he wanted to protect himself to be able to prove that he did not fucking do anything bad because he thinks that she's a crazy fucking liar. Okay? So what should he do? So first of all, filming, good. But if you're filming, you cannot be abusing her, and you cannot be using the filming as a mode of abuse. Okay, which is what he did.
What do you want him to do? Right. What are you upset with him for? What do you want him to do?
Okay, I'm telling you that. Shut the fuck up. So the way he can protect himself with filming is if he wants to use that method of protecting himself, then he cannot be abusing her. He cannot be using the filming itself as a mode of abuse. So that is not what I want him to do. What I want, so in that's one thing he can do is he can silently film. He can be like, turn his phone on and sit there silently. Another thing he can do, I mean, he can turn his phone on and he can yell at her. That's because that's even good for her protection too. Honestly, I think that's a reason. You could say he could delete it, but I think that also kind of negates some of that. Another thing you can do if it's really an alternative between him abusing her and him screaming at her and being like threatening, he can leave the car. These are all things he could have done.
Okay, so he could have left the car.
Mm-hmm.
And then get stranded. I don't really know where they're on. Yep. But get stranded wherever they are. Yep. Admittedly, he has a phone that is battery.
If it's between that and abusing her,
it's mad. I just want.
Maybe he could just like another thing he could do. Another the things that I just said are assuming the things that I said.
Taylor Swift just like going after hit.
The things that I said. The things that I said are assuming. The things that I said are the things.
Not the Eras tour.
The things that I said are assuming.
Admittedly, it's been as long as
the things that I said. The things. So if you're not interested in what I have to say, why the fuck would I ever be interested in what you have to say? Motherfucker.
I am interested in what you have to say.
No, you're not. So the things that I said are assuming that he's emotionally dysregulated to the point where he has no option but to abuse her. Or like scream at her. If he's able to emotionally regulate to the point where he's not abusing her and he's not intimidating her within a locked car, then what he can do is he can have a conversation about it, and he can turn his phone on to film it, and they can have a conversation where they speak frankly, and he says like how upset he is. That is another valid thing he can do. There's a million ways he can handle it without abusing her.
Here's the situation. I have had to pee for the last hour but I've been holding it because you've been threatening for over an hour to be about to be done with this conversation. I've
never been about to be done, baby. I said I think we're done once, but I haven't fucking threatened shit. I could go on all fucking night.
Let's take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay.
I want to be done.
I just need to pee, and then I'll be back, and then we can continue. It'll be fabulous. Are you ready?
What are we going to talk about?
Mute. What?
Yeah, absolutely mute if you're going to leave the computer.
I'm going to mute, and then I'm going to pee. You can yell at your chat about how much of a terrible degenerate I am. Okay. Then I'll be back. Okay. And
all right.
We'll continue. Fab.
All right. He's a terrible degenerate. Yeah, I know he likes how much he's pissing me off. He's doing the same smile. Look, like he's like I think I made it clear. I think he's like a little manipulative, but like I think that the thing I'm saying about enabling like abuse, I think like most people do this. It's like really normal. So that's why I wanted to do this, because I think people shouldn't stand for it. I think people should not let people do this or enable abuse. Like it's the norm right now. But
good day.
Good day.
Okay.
So yeah. You're not like buff. I'm saying you could beat me up. Okay, you got some muscle. You got some muscle. You would beat me up. I think I have comparable muscles.
That is laughable. That is truly laughable. I could beat the shit out of you.
No, you're taller though, so like I don't know.
That's also true.
But like I think our muscles are. I think you could beat me up, but
yeah, I'm very talented.
I don't think my muscles are laughable.
No, I'm not saying your muscles are laughable. You're simply petite, okay? And no, I could beat the shit out of you. Yeah.
I have like really big triceps and do a lot of rowing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
think we've gone over everything.
I don't think we have. I think there's two directions that I want to take this conversation.
Oh my god, I'm not threatening. I'm saying I'm tired.
Yeah, there's two directions that I want to take this conversation.
Okay, maybe let's take it in half of one of them. Okay.
Half of one of them. Okay, let's do the one that's not to do with this tweet, but rather to do with this conversation. You came in very hot. Why?
I get triggered, especially like by the cry bully thing. That really triggers me. But I know that you can handle like heat also. And I was just telling my chat that like I think that you are enabling like narcissistic abuse, but I think that's the norm. Like I think that your position is the norm. And so the reason I'm coming in hot is I think like, I mean, it's a stream. I don't think I'm going to change your mind or anything, but I think for my own perspective, like I think showing people that we can like argue against what I can perceive as enabling of abuse is something you can do, and I want to like show people how you can do it.
I am not convinced that. So for this stage of the conversation, I just want to just assume that you're right, and that I'm actually accidentally engaging in abusive behavior.
It's obviously not on purpose. It's obviously not, of course.
So let's say, because like to clarify, I mean, like I was for sure on the same side as I certainly at the time you were, but I believe you still are, in terms of Destiny's behavior, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think there were a lot of people in the same world that you operate in, and that to a lesser extent I operate in, although admittedly I'm not actually a streamer, that were doing behavior that I think was benefiting Steven's ability to continue to be abusive, but that they were doing that unwittingly. Mm-hmm. First, do you grant that there were a certain number of people who were doing that unwittingly?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So, like, you're a dick to them, right?
I'm getting better at being a dick, honestly.
But like, you are a dick.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I've spoken to a lot of the same people that you've spoken to, right? I've spoken to Zonia, I've spoken to Tom Fuller, I've talked to a bunch of these people, right? Like, but they all, first of all, they all like me more. And second of all, like, I think I'm probably more likely to like convince, even if not them, their audience, because I'm able to interact with them in a way that is less,
I think
like,
you're right,
directly antagonistic.
I think you're right. And I've seen you make this point before, and like I saw you make this point in like Twitter about like optics and like arguing stuff. But like I don't think you're wrong. But also that is one way, so you can, that's like that's just a different way of doing it. I think what I want to do is I want to set a show an example of how to like really stand a position that people are afraid to stand. And what you want to do is you want to be more convincing. And I think they're not mutually exclusive and like in usefulness to people.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you think that there's reason to believe that I don't like? Do you think there's like, regardless of what you think of my views on any of the subjects that I talk about, do you think that there's reason to believe that I shy away from a topic because I'm scared of like the optical implications of talking about it?
No, but I think that you change how you talk about it. Sure,
I agree with that. That's definitely true. And do you think that's a bad thing? Should I not change the way that I talk about?
No, actually, no. I think it would be a bad thing for me, but it's not. That's your thing.
Why?
Why it's just not. It's not what I want to do. Okay, honestly, so I'm making a video about this. But like that would for me, like you're gonna be able to do that. If I do that, I'm just going to like brainwash myself. Like I am like recovering from like narcissistic abuse. Like not like I wasn't like a battered housewife or anything. Nothing like that. But like my sense of identity is like damaged. Like,
see, I think
where
I think that's like, it's impressive that you're able to psychoanalyze that in yourself.
I go to therapy.
Yeah. I think that like it's probably worth thinking about, like, there's a layer of nuance that I'm able to get to because I'm not directly combating people, if that makes sense.
I think it's I like what I'm doing. I just think it's different. I don't think there's anything wrong with the way you are, but it's just I like how I am.
This is interesting. I'm now going to directly combat you because you're the one who's saying that both of these are fine, and I don't agree. I think that specifically that I need to combat your pro-combating stance. which is interesting. But I think I need to do
Well, do you see, this is what you always do, which is like,
Yeah.
it's just because you're mirroring me.
I'm mirroring you.
You do that,
Maybe. Yeah. Okay.
which is something I'm good at too. But like, I started that early on in streaming, and I just get so fucking confused when I did that.
Yeah. So here's my concern with your always on rah floopity boppity, right?
I'm not
Whereas I
always.
think you are bleh.
It's just when I want to talk to people that I have like a big disagreement with. I don't want to opt into their framework. I just want to really stand my opinion, and I think that I just think there's a lot of value to it. I don't think that it's going to convince I don't think it's going to convince them. Or I don't even think anything. Even if you talk to like Zoniers, I don't think you're gonna. But like the audience, I don't think it's going to really convince the audience. But people that
I have convinced Sonia of things before, just to clarify.
Sure. But like things that are like people that are just so like people that think what I think. Like I think there's a lot of people that have like a thought that like they'll see that and they'll be like, that is abusive behavior. I had someone reach out to me actually after I posted that was a victim of abuse, and we had a conversation about it because they were like, I'm afraid to like even talk about this, and so me talking about it, like there's a lot of people that are afraid to even like have that opinion at all, and like I'm like empowering that.
Okay, so I am a survivor of rape, and I have struggled out with that for a long time. When I was in college, the Johnny Depp trial was going on, right? Amber Heard, Johnny Depp situation was going on. And there was a woman who I was speaking to about the trial. And I was speaking to her about the things that I thought that Amber Heard had done that were fucked up. And her response, which still to this day really frustrates me a lot, was something to the tune of, as a victim of rape, I am not willing to entertain the idea of her as a victim of abuse being abusive. And I think that is something that, as someone, without going into too much detail of my own personal story, as someone who is male and as someone who is large, it is a reality of being a large man that your relationship to sexual misconduct, even if you yourself have not done anything sexually bad, and even if you are yourself a survivor of rape, can't be so simple as to think of yourself strictly as a victim, but rather as someone who is both capable of being abused and also capable of abuse. And I think that context is something that I worry that your sort of bombastic, sort of dogmatic, focus on one side against the other pits in a way that makes it very difficult to talk about the nuances of people who are themselves both guilty of and the survivors of abuse.
All right. Now you've turned us. We're back to the same fucking argument. Okay. But I can give you a different justification in this context. But so like I agree, cheating is bad. You're abusing. If you're in a monogamous relationship and you cheat, that's abusive. You just fucking break up, okay? Though I did say, like, if I'm correct, and this is actually like a constant narcissistic relationship, breaking up is hard. But whatever. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't diagnose. It's one experience. It's a narcissistic behavior, but it could be just one off. Okay, but I think in the context of, so I do think what she did, the cheating is bad, but what he is doing is bad, and she is powerless. And like, if it, like, so like Destiny, I don't think he wouldn't have been able to do a lot of the stuff he did it like he does if he didn't have any power. But like, just like assume he could. But if he was just like a 10 viewer streamer, like making a 2-hour video about him would be like fucking outrageous, right? Like let me like, so the side that I'm choosing to focus on, the reason I'm not focusing on her cheating is because like the abuse that both people don't want to acknowledge, and the abuse that is being justified and like that is like it being seen as acceptable is the abuse that he's doing. Everybody already agrees that cheating is bad.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think everyone agrees on that.
Well, I think it's bad.
Like earlier, you were saying that I forgot the specific thing that you were saying it of, but that there are certain things that, like, you know, maybe you shouldn't do it, but that you're not willing to consider them to be abusive.
I think cheating is neglectful. Like it undermines the relationship, and a relationship is something that your partner depends on emotionally. So you're undermining something that the partner depends on emotionally. But I think that like abuse, the difference between neglect and abuse, like they're both like legal, like even a legal context, like neglect is like a comparable thing to abuse.
Yeah, we're not talking about law.
I know, but I'm just saying the use of these words are kind of like similar. But the difference between neglect and abuse is intent. And I think that cheating is directly abusive if you do it to hurt somebody, but I don't think that people cheat to hurt people. I think people cheat because they're weak.
Sometimes. I don't know if that's true all the time, but sometimes, yeah.
So that's why I like think bad things that people do just out of weakness. I just have a lot more sympathy for. It doesn't mean that I think they're okay, but
it's not quite weakness. It's out of personal desire while ignoring the needs and wants of the other person, right?
It's like childish and
yeah. I would say that posting this was childish and ignoring the needs and wants of the girl.
But it's malicious. It's directly malicious.
Why do you say it's malicious?
Like in the moment he said, I'm gonna post this.
Yeah.
I'm posting this.
As in, I'm gonna tell my bros about how.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna hurt you. He's trying. I'm trying to hurt you, like actively.
One lens of that is I'm gonna hurt you. Another lens of that is, Jesus Christ, this is a fucked up thing to happen to me. In the same way that I would, take a video of and show my friends if there was a car crash. Like, I'm gonna show my friends this fucked up thing that happened to me, and I'm gonna post it online. And so I think that he is ignoring her needs. But I think there's a reasonable case to be made that he's not explicitly trying to.
I've already like, I think that the case where he's ignoring her needs is an extreme amount more negligent and like
So then is cheating cool? So is cheating while ignoring someone's needs, an emotional situation, and an entanglement in the relationship, is that worse?
ignoring someone's needs when you're actively doing the thing right in front of them and watching them cry because of your behavior, and continuing to do it, and then going home and then posting it and reminding her she can't leave. It's like all these things. It's just different from like just forgetting about your partner and fucking somebody because you're like selfish. It's just not comparable to me.
She cheated on him.
It's not comparable to me. But we've already gone over this. I don't want to. We just disagree about like what
I think this is
cheating.
frustrating because I think that like the frustration that I keep on coming back to, and I think that this isn't really a problem with you specifically. I think this is a problem with this space in general, because you're all, even in the case of someone like you who is allegedly anti-Stephen, you're all like, you all live downstream of his bowels, right? And I think this is a problem because I think that like it's very difficult when you're someone who's engaging constantly in polyamory, when you're someone who's not having serious long-term relationships, when you're someone who doesn't understand the very real risks, by the way, to children who grow up in relationships where the parents are not loyal to one another. And the fact that that has massive implications to the way that they interact with their own sexuality as adults, and the fact that that has serious trauma that, you know, a lot of kids who didn't have stable homes, which may very well include him, I don't know, but a lot of kids who didn't have stable homes really struggle to find an ability to believe that they are loved. And when they see someone cheating, they know what that is because they've experienced their parents going through it, and they know what comes next, which is that the relationship falls apart. And that kind of massive reigniting of childhood trauma is something that she is, even if unwittingly, perhaps putting him through. And I don't think that
cheating's it's bad. Okay, I just don't think that it justifies being bad.
You're saying it's bad in the same way as, like, I mean, like, you're literally saying that it's less bad than recording.
It doesn't matter, even if it's more bad. Even if it is more bad, even if
like stuff in their bikini or bra or whatever.
Even if it's more bad, but the fact that you're saying that that's not bad is concerning to me. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Even if it's not, I think, even if it's not bad, excuse me, even if it's more bad, the cheating, like that doesn't justify his behavior. He's abusing her. It's like just cut and dry.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that I think one of the problems with your approach is that you're not able to contextualize things.
I don't want to. No. I am able to. I'm not doing it because it's irresponsible, and it is enabling of abuse. To contextualize it, that is my point.
So you shouldn't contextualize why Elie Wiesel stole bread.
If you want to tell a great story, where people learn about humanity, and like what, like the desperation. If you want to tell a great story about learn about humanity and learn about the desperation, then that's great. But if you want to talk about the actual things he did, it doesn't matter.
I think
he's a horrible person because he was made into a horrible person from a horrible situation.
See, that's what I don't like. I don't like the idea that makes him a horrible person.
He is a horrible, yes. It makes him a horrible person.
Like the idea,
I don't know what he did.
Smith, the implication is literally...
so you're enabling. If you're saying that he's not a horrible person, you're enabling.
Okay, I am Jewish, right?
Okay.
I have members of my close personal unit who are the descendants of survivors of the Holocaust, right?
Mhm.
Even those who are not, there was not a single Jew who was alive in the 1940s anywhere in the world who was not affected by the horrible ethnic displacement, ethnic cleansing across the Middle East, affected by the pogroms, affected by the Holocaust, affected by all of that.
I
right?
think Jews have a lot of intergenerational trauma from it.
Cool.
They have like they have
Smith. The implication is that because every person who survived the Holocaust, almost by definition, did some fucked up things
Yep.
in order to survive the Holocaust, the implication is that you are saying that the totality of survivors of the Holocaust are bad people when you're not contextualizing the reasons that those things happened. I mean, it's the equivalent of saying that I deserve equivalent amount of like praise as the Adamses for opposing slavery. I don't. It's very easy to oppose slavery in 2023.
Okay, so here's what's so I'm not saying that. I'm not assuming that all Jews had to do fucked up shit to get through the definition to get through the Holocaust. I don't think that's actually the case at all. But like let's so I don't think that. But in a hypothetical, let's say that you have a movie, the Saw movie, and so like the only way that you can like live through the being in the Saw movie, like to save your own life, is you have to like rape and murder a baby and then you get to leave. Only the bad people are going to leave, and the context makes it more sense. The people that refuse to do it won't leave, and doing it is not good.
I really don't like that.
Well, it's the same thing. It's a better, more extreme example.
People were able to leave. I really don't like that.
Yeah. Once you rape and murder a baby, you're a bad person. I mean, it's understandable.
I don't like the idea because you are implying that there are no good Jews who survived the Holocaust.
No, I'm not
implying that. What you are implying is that there are no good black people who survived slavery, who escaped slavery.
I'm implying, actually, that's not what I'm implying at all. I'm implying that trauma makes you a worse person. It like we have to deal with it. It makes you do abusive things.
Yeah, it does make you do abusive things.
Yes.
I agree it makes you do abusive things. I don't agree.
I'm a behaviorist. I don't believe in a soul.
I don't agree that I don't agree
you are what you do
bad things that you can strip the context of those bad things and condemn them as though they are parallel to a person who does those same bad things void the same context.
First of all, I don't think the context of cheating is anything like the Holocaust. So that's a different disagreement we have.
Fine. Yeah.
But I think that I just think that if you are talking about, so I don't have a comparative morality. I think that if you are talking about something being bad, just because something worse happened to you doesn't mean it's not bad. But it makes it it makes me more sympathetic. It makes me more sympathetic. But I think that and of course, but in the context of talking about abuse, so in my crazy Saw example, if I'm talking so let's say we live in a society where people actually think it's okay to rape and kill a baby. Like there's like 10% of people actually think that, then me talking about how it's bad, and how it's bad that these people raped and killed babies, but then people start being like, but they were in a Saw situation, they couldn't do it. But it doesn't matter. I'm still saying it's bad to rape and kill babies. That's my point. I'm not talking about the Saw guy. I'm talking about raping and killing babies.
Okay. So if I learned tomorrow that you had stolen bread from a starving person in the circumstances that I assume that you live in, which is that you are not starving and you are not at risk of starvation in the foreseeable future. Right.
Fat.
To clarify, I did not just call you fat. That is
no,
not
I said
I No, I know, but I didn't say that. I want to clarify. for the audience in order to expunge whatever the fuck to prove that I'm better than you. I need to clarify that I didn't do that.
It's funny.
Yeah, I would say that if you were to do the exact same behaviors that Elie Wiesel did do during the Holocaust, I would, for example, probably not go on your show. I would, for example, probably start every conversation that I were to have with you, if I were to have a conversation about, hey, what the fuck? You stole bread from a starving person, you piece of human garbage. I don't think that that is a reasonable thing to demand that every conversation with Elie Wiesel begin and end with.
That's not so I'm okay, so here's the thing. My post was not a condemnation of this guy. I don't know him, and I don't think he's like implicated or anything. And I'm not trying to cancel him, but I'm trying to talk about the behavior he did, like the behavior itself. So if you're having a conversation about the theft of bread, then it doesn't make sense to bring up like what drives people to do it. Like unless maybe like there are situations where it would make sense, but that in those situations you would not be actually talking about the theft of bread itself. You would be talking about the causes. But if I'm talking about the theft of bread itself, because there are a large number of people that don't think that the theft of bread is immoral, and I'm trying to convince them that they are, then bringing up the things that lead somebody to steal bread only serves to enable the theft of bread for the people that think it's okay.
Yeah, I don't think that if you were to take a video, by the way, if you thought that this is like an actual sex crime, that he was sharing this video of her, if you believe that, you should not have shared the video. You should have quote tweeted, but not have shared the video. By the way,
it's on the edge. It's
a small thing, but I just want to flag that you shouldn't have done that if you actually believe what you claim to believe.
I thought it would be immoral to show the video, but I did it.
Okay.
I didn't think it'd be. I think it would be. I thought it would be more moral to stand up to the enabling than it would be immoral to show the video.
Interesting. Okay. Gotcha. Huh. I'm deciding if that's something worth combating.
But I mean, no, I might be willing to change my mind on that, though.
Yeah, I'm deciding if that's worth. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, so for example, I get this is not equivalent. I don't think. Admittedly, it's not equivalent because I don't actually think that it was. I mean, like, if she were naked in the video, you wouldn't have shared it.
Out of the question, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, similarly, I get very frustrated. A lot of people on the right do this, where they will share videos and photos of little children at drag shows and be like, this is sexual abuse of the kid. And they shouldn't be, flaunted like this in front of adults. I'm like, dude, you are sharing this on Twitter in front of a bunch of adults.
Yeah.
They should absolutely blur the kid. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, if you are, I mean, admittedly, you're a lot smaller than like Matt Walsh or whatever, but like if you ever became Matt Walsh size, I think you would have an obligation to take the video, take it down, like,
I can get away with being, once I start to grow, I argued with Mr. Girl about this. Like, once you grow, you like have to be more responsible. And he was like saying that, and I was saying how that's like ruining his content, but like, yeah, it's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do have to be more.
That's why he says he doesn't do like man on the street anymore, because he thinks it's like taking advantage of people. And
Interesting.
yeah, I might
Um,
start doing some man on the street stuff. I don't know. It's weird. I
yeah,
don't want to get
I
punched
think
in
that's
the
probably
face.
right. His particular case. I think that him doing man on the street is different than other people who are larger content creators
Yeah,
than him.
Mr. Pedo Rapist.
Yeah, just because of the context of who he is. Yeah, that's interesting. Huh.
Yeah, you didn't even know, like, and now you're on a video with Mr. Pedo Rapist. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah. Um, okay. Yeah. So okay. I've explained some reasons that I think that uh, your sort of like take a side and keep going with the side approach is less good than my approach, where I'm I don't know, how would you describe what I do as being different than that?
you're trying to convince people.
Okay. So what's wrong with the way that I do
I'm
it?
trying to set an example.
So what's wrong with the way that I do it?
I didn't say it's wrong. I didn't.
But you're setting an example. If you're setting an example, presumably you want people to follow your example. I don't follow your example.
Well, I mean, I disagree with you on the point about the video.
Yeah, fine, but we agree on the destiny stuff. So like on that, I had the same position, but took a different approach.
Right.
Should I have taken your approach?
No, I think that your approach is fine. It's just different.
Interesting. I think your approach was bad.
I know.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
Because I think that like you are better able to be utilized as a straw man.
Look, yeah, but I don't care about that. Well, the thing is, like, I think that doing it the way you want to do it can have certain results, but also people are afraid to really just say what they think and stand up for things and stand up against things, and showing that to people, like, so the people that don't actually need to be convinced, the people that are already convinced, but they see you like try to be convincing, but you have to be really, like, you have to like opt into what, like, other people's framework or whatever, and like, you know, play by their rules. Those people don't feel empowered by seeing you do that. They're still going to be quiet. So like, I think that there are like a lot of people that just want to see somebody like be brave. That's what I think. But like, I'm not saying you're like necessary. I think you could behave like that out of cowardice, but also out of effectiveness.
Yeah. Which do you think?
I don't know. I don't think it matters.
Interesting.
I don't know. If you are a coward,
Yeah.
it's really deep. Like it's not near the surface. You seem like brave in a lot of ways. I don't know why you would be cowardly about that. So I don't think it is. But if it is, it's like,
it could be, right?
If
Like,
it is, it's so deep that I wouldn't even want to go there.
That's
you know?
interesting. If I'm a coward, it's such a deeply
if you're a coward, it's because like some fucked up thing that happened. Like, it's like really like deep and seated. Like, but I don't.
That doesn't defend the cowardice, right?
Yeah, but I don't.
It contextualizes the cowardice, but it doesn't defend the cowardice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm proud of myself because I didn't know you're Jewish, but you do have the beard and everything. But like, I hate. Okay, so like, since like going online and shit,
Yeah.
I hate that like now I'm starting to become aware of what, because I didn't know until like a year ago what a Jew even looks like, and now I do, and that's disgusting to me. I hate that. You're like the first Jew I've talked to in like 6 months that I didn't realize you're Jewish, so I still have innocence.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm half Catholic, so maybe that might be part of it. But yeah. You don't want to be able to clock Jews.
I just miss being innocent. What's the point in being able to clock Jews? It's like,
Well, what's the point of being able to clock Jews? Can you clock gay people?
no, I can clock the ones that want to be clocked.
That's interesting.
You know, if you start talking like with a lisp and everything, it's like, okay, you're trying to tell me you're gay.
Yeah. In the words of what's his name, Steven Crowder, a lispy queer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well-
Well, he's gay, right?
Say it again.
Steven Crowder.
Yeah, I think that he does have a pass. Don't you think that's right? I feel like he does.
A gay? What do you mean? Yeah,
I
but
think
like
he has
the
a
way
gay
yeah, but he's like an abusive
Given
gay guy though.
given the number of things that have come out about his desire to show his penis to his male employees, like, I mean, to be
Yeah.
clear, that's bad. You shouldn't do that to your employees. But also, like, to be clear, he is also gay, or at the very least, bisexual.
He's acting gay.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So okay. So it would be potentially more brave for me to be more antagonistic and more of an asshole like
Yeah.
you.
The thing that would be good about it is it shows people that are afraid. An example of bravery. The thing that would be bad about it is it's less likely to convince people that disagree with you.
And so the bravery that you're showing is on whose behalf?
Victims, like so that post, like I was telling you, like someone, like I mentioned, someone reached out to me and we had like a conversation about it for like an hour, about dealing with narcissistic abuse, and like they felt like really like on, because especially with narcissistic abuse, it's really hard to see, and everybody always defends narcissistic abuse because of how it functions, because it's built around gaslighting and devaluation and like manipulation of the optics.
Yeah.
So for somebody to like stand up to it, it's really like a big wave of ungaslighting and like and healing.
You believe, presumably, that I'm an example of a person who has been gaslit in the past, right?
Probably, I mean, everyone is, but you
Yeah,
yourself
but
said
who has-
you were
who has-
like abused.
who has dealt with narcissistic abuse and all that kind of shit, right?
You said so.
So,
Right?
yeah. So if you have now had a 1 hour conversation with one person and now as of this minute, 4 hour long conversation with another person who has also dealt with that, admittedly 4 hours other than my bathroom break. So it's a little less than 4 hours. I'm just saying, like, the antagonism doesn't just antagonize like the other, but also some of the people
Look.
who are included.
You're trying to convince me now, and this is what you do.
No,
You're a convincer,
I would
okay?
never.
But you're
No, I
not
would
going to
never.
convince me. You're not going to convince me.
I
I'm
would
proud
never.
of. I'm proud of. I'm proud
Being a
of.
dick, being an asshole,
Yeah. Yeah.
being
Honestly,
a piece of shit.
I don't
Yeah.
think I'm a piece of shit though. Like
Right.
I'm just I want to be very honest and uncompromising about my feelings and my beliefs.
Mm.
And in the process,
I think this is the same thing that Mr. Girl does, right? And this is why I hate him. I hate him with a burning passion. Because, like, okay, so, like, you don't quite do this in the same way that he does, but he often will say something that he knows is going to provoke the other person in order to, like, make them, like, be pissed off.
if that's true,
Say it again.
I think he contests that. But if that's true, that is the behavior
If
of
he
a
contests
narcissist.
that, he's lying. He
If
knows
that's true,
damn well what he's doing.
if that's true, that's the behavior of a narcissist. But
Yeah.
as a behaviorist, though, as a in the context as a behaviorist, I don't think, and I don't know if I'm bastardizing the word behaviorist, but like to me this makes sense. But I believe that I believe that the pathologizing of personality disorders is like useless, and the only usefulness in a personality disorder is in the behavior itself. And it's only useful to point out a personality disorder to a victim. It's not to tell a narcissist they're a narcissist doesn't help them change at all. Like but to tell their victim that they're a narcissist, it's like, oh, now, and they can like now learn all like these things. Like most diagnoses, like you tell people because there's like a treatment, but if there's no treatment or anything, it's just like, well, what's the point?
But I think that it's difficult, particularly for people who are in ongoing relationships with people who are perhaps, when you're using the term narcissistic, but just, you know, generally schmucky in various ways.
Yeah, it's a type of an asshole.
I think that people are very reticent to be able to take your view of, look at this guy, he's being a piece of shit, look at this guy, he's being a piece of shit, blah, 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 when you aren't contextualizing like what's going on there from both ends, because people recognize having been abused from both ends, number one. And number two,
I just got really distracted, but I just got a super chat for $10. This is my second ever super chat.
I'm very excited for you.
I can't see what it looks like, but I have text appearing on my thing, and it says a pair character flying in the air with a red cape and a smile on his face. So I'm guessing it's a picture.
Upwards of $2 an hour for this
That's
conversation.
Pretty awesome. Yeah.
That's very impressive. Yeah. Wow.
Sorry.
No, you're totally fine. I just totally lost my train of thought. Yeah. Wow, that's very impressive. I never got a super chat. Admittedly, I've never set up super chats, but I've never gotten one. It's very exciting. Froggy style. Interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
What are your thoughts?
Okay, earlier today, okay, the reason I brought up that you're a Jew is because I have had in the back of my mind, like earlier today. So I have a question I want to ask a Jew.
I'm ready for your question for the Jew.
Okay.
I will be your token. Yeah.
So it's about my own, like, something, like, this is something that I feel like is anti-Semitic.
Okay.
Like, when I hear people talk about the ADL, like defending Jews, it makes me jealous because there's no ADL for me, so I get jealous.
Is so bad. Don't be jealous. The ADL is horrible. Absolutely horrible. Yeah, they're very bad. But I do understand what you're saying. Like you're jealous of like the NAACP. You're jealous of like having an organization designed for.
Yeah, but I don't know what they would be designed to protect me from. But like, it's just.
Yeah. What are you?
I'm Greek. I'm Greek and French Canadian.
Oh God, French?
Yeah.
Ew. Do you speak French?
No.
Good. It should die. It is a language that deserves to die.
It's a bad language. It's got like the lowest vocabulary.
People are like, oh, it's like such a sexy language. Have you been to France? It's not a sexy language.
It's got
like bad people, and it's a bad language.
Oh my God, I just got a $20 super chat.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You're averaging like upwards of $6.
What you are doing is absolutely amazing. I'm so proud of you and not backing down from what you've been through and continuing on a path for you. I've been there too, and I'd love to have a convo one day if you're willing. I'd absolutely be willing. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Thank you.
$6 an hour. That's very impressive. Yeah.
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 It's like, I could like, if I do it a lot, then I could like survive on that.
On $6 an hour? I would advocate that you not do that. I would advocate that you get like, yeah. Although, I mean, like, yeah, if you made $6 an hour regularly, then you could probably build it from there and get it to be more than that. But yeah. Interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I think that one of the frustrations that I have with your approach is that it turns off a lot of people. Like, okay, can we zoom out for a second and just like talk about the meta context of people online? Okay. I'm
Okay,
gonna say
but
something.
I am getting like tired, even though I got super chats. Like I do want to like I am getting exhausted.
That's totally fine.
So
I'm gonna say something that's controversial.
okay,
Okay. Okay. So I used to argue a lot with a bunch of like white supremacists and stuff from like the politically provoked. Do you know politically provoked?
um,
Um,
I've heard that.
yeah, whatever. What's relevant is there are a bunch of like crazy groypers and crazy white right wingers, like alt right, um, and very anti-Semitic and all that. And so I talked to them because this was in the immediate aftermath of the Tree of Life shooting. And at this point, I'm actually a member of their youth group, and founding member. And yeah, so I had close friends who were literally in the car on the way to Tree of Life, and it sort of affected me pretty intensely. And I wanted to understand better, sort of where those kinds of people come from, if that makes sense. The kinds of people who would want to shoot up a synagogue. Um, and after a while being engaged in that sort of world, I came into it with a similar kind of antagonism as you're coming into it, because unsurprisingly, I was a little bit, frustrated with these people, given that they had literally just shot up and killed a bunch of my fellow Jews in my city. Um, but after I was there for a couple months and I was talking to them regularly, I came to the realization like, oh, these people are like really struggling, like really intensely. And yeah, their behavior is awful. And yeah, they are anti Semitic, and yeah, they are racist, and yeah, they are sexist, and all of those things, sure. Um, but undergirding it, they're like deeply broken at like a core level. And I think that one of the things that I came to realize, and it ultimately sort of made me less interested in doing those kinds of debates, like the conversations aren't really about the Jews. Like they think that they're conversations about the Jews. They think that they're conversations about the black people. They think it's a conversation about women or whatever. But like really what the conversation is about is that these are a bunch of generally young men and boys who have generally had a lot of traumatic experiences, often sexual, often physical, um, who are really struggling and are desperate for a community and are seeking one online, which is not a good place to find a community. And I think that one of the concerns that I have about your content style is that so too that is true of Destiny's followers. Um, and I don't like the way that there isn't quite the level of nuance that I'd like, because I'd like to be able not just to convince those guys that I'm right, but more importantly, to try to convince them that they are being abused, not by
Okay,
Stephen, but by the
well,
society that they're actually living in on a day-to-day
that's the
life.
kind of thing. That's the kind of thing I would talk about.
Yeah.
But it's just for me, it's a different conversation. Like, so like if I'm talking about shooting up a synagogue, I'm not going to bring up how the people that did it were,
But I think that's how
like,
you stop the next one.
I would bring up how they're like abused themselves if I'm talking about. Okay, so the reason that I'm talking about narcissistic abuse is because it's invisible to people. So people don't, people don't believe it's abusive. Um, they don't see it at all. Um, I'm not trying to convince people not to do it. I'm just trying to convince people it exists. You know, and in the case of like a shooting, like trying to like everybody like already knows it's bad to shoot people. Like I don't need to explain why that's bad to anybody. Like I mean sure there's somebody, but they're not gonna like listen. It's like
Right, but you do
it's a
need
different
to.
it's a different need.
You need to. One of the things that you do need to do is you need to humanize the experience of being a person on the receiving end.
No, I am very much
Like,
in that
for
camp.
example, I think one of the moments that I'm actually most proud of, in that period where I was doing that a lot, is like there was a moment where someone just started screaming the N word and screaming "kike" at me and a black man who were on a panel with them. And neither one of us started, calling him a cracker in response. Neither
Mhm.
one of us, like, you know, started insulting him or, doing the kind of back and forth that dominates this kind of space. We just took a moment and we just sat there and we let him scream at us. And I think that there's something worth thinking about there, in that beyond just as a tactic to win the individual debate, it's worth thinking about the utility of proving by simply not being an asshole
Okay,
that the other person is being an asshole, right?
so I'm really into the humanizing thing, but
Yeah.
and I do that a lot, I think, but it's something I think about a lot. Uh, and it's just I don't if I'm talking about something bad somebody did, like talking about a interaction between two people, and I'm trying to point out how one person did something bad. I don't think pointing out how the other person did something bad is the type of human because you have to humanize both of them. So me trying to humanize her like with cheating, like I'm saying like she's like like, and you were fighting against that. I don't know. It's just like I think this guy's a human. Like okay, so then I'll do that then. Like everything you said about like the optics of being black, that's probably as like there, like for sure. Like the reason um that he is uncomfortable like expressing his anger and stuff, and that dynamic is there. I just don't think it justifies it. Like
Yeah, I don't think it justifies it either, but I think that my frustration is.
okay, hold on.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so getting like I see on Twitter. Okay, this is not a fact about black people. This is a generalization from like viral videos that I see. Okay, but I
Mhm.
see a lot of videos because I'm following those kind of fucking Twitter accounts with fights. Okay, but I see like a
Mhm.
lot of videos where like someone calls a black person the N word, and then they're like, "Oh, you saw that, right? He called me the N word," and then they go and beat the shit out of them, and it's like,
Yep.
and it's like those people don't even know. Like nobody ever taught them that that's actually not okay. They think it's okay, but it's actually not okay. It doesn't make it okay just because someone called you the N word to beat them up.
Sure.
So like hearing me say that, like I'm not black, so it doesn't mean nearly as much. But I mean like nobody is willing to like tell them like compassionately, like like that's not actually not okay to do.
But I think that the compassionately there is the component that I worry about, because I don't think there's that much compassion.
But I'm
And
not
this isn't
talking to
even
that guy
about.
though. I wasn't talking to
This isn't
him.
even.
I was talking about the
Well, you're talking to me.
behavior.
You're talking to me about his behavior,
Right.
right? And you came in hot. And like,
Yeah.
to be clear, I can take it, right? I'm fine. But like, and like we're fine, right?
But it wasn't about you.
it is. Say it again.
You it wasn't about you. You represent like
How do you know?
60% of people.
How
Well,
do you
no.
know it's not?
Well, I'm saying my anger wasn't about you. It's about
Right. But your anger was about a belief that you believe that I hold, and you don't know how close I hold that belief to the chest, and you don't know why I believe that, and you don't know.
I think I do.
Well, let's say that I believe, like, going into this conversation, let's say that you are completely right, number one, but also number two, that the reason that I believe what I believe is because I have been gaslit by an abuser.
Sure.
Right? Okay. You came in real fucking hot. Do you think that that's like an appropriate way of trying to grapple with my
I'm not trying to, I wasn't trying to
situation?
convince you. I wasn't trying to convince you.
Gotcha. You were trying to convince the audience.
Sure. Or just show that you can, like, if you think that someone is enabling abuse, like, you can.
But don't you think it's like, if you're talking, like, I have in many cases in my life had situations where I have to talk to a person who I believe is being abused, who is not able or willing to articulate to themselves that they are being abused. Right? That happens very frequently. And I've come to a point in my life where I have done it enough that I'm relatively comfortable doing it. And therefore, people bring situations to me because I have a track record of having done it in the past. And those are uncomfortable conversations, but they are conversations that I think are a lot more fruitful when you're willing at the outset to accept that, to make clear, almost to a degree of like,
Look,
like self-parody.
I don't think that you are. I don't think you are
interact with me.
humanizing. I don't think you are humanizing either of them. I think you're just demonizing the woman that was being abused
But I don't think that,
to enable the abuse.
yeah, I don't think that what happened to her was okay.
Well, that's what I was talking about.
But you were talking about it without talking about the things that happened to him.
Yeah.
You
I
were
think if I were to do that, it would be enabling.
flatly rejecting the things that happened to him. And I think that
first of all, I do think that the things that happened to him are not.
Particularly when you're talking to an audience that is disproportionately going to likely see themselves more in him than in her, because their audience is likely to be disproportionately male, because your audience is likely to be disproportionately having been cheated on, whatever. There's a need to first, like, recognize and validate the components of their concerns that are legitimate before you get into the components that you think are illegitimate.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, what I'm doing is, instead of identifying with this abusive asshole, you can identify with me. That's what I'm doing. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm setting an example. I mean,
who are you modeling to, and towards what end?
I don't fucking know, dude. I have faith. I don't think that, I think it works. I think that it is meaningful for people when you stand up to abuse. I don't know what I'm saying.
Right, but I agree with you that it's meaningful to stand up to abuse, but I think that one of the reasons that I think it's important to stand up in a particular way is because you want to be able to stand up to abuse in a way that's
nice
actually
to the people that like the abuser, and I don't agree.
No, that is productive when you're trying to interact with people who you believe have themselves been abused.
You're just saying what I said, but in a different way. But we're just saying,
we're not.
Do that. To do that, you have to be nice to the people that agree with the abuser.
No, the people who have been abused, who often have internalized certain support for their abuser. It's not people who support the abuser writ
My chat
large.
says I was
It's
productive.
specifically. Say it again.
My chat said I was productive. Look, I'm tired.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Well, it was lovely. It was 4 hours and 22 minutes, but it was lovely.
Yeah. You have a lot of stamina.
Yeah. It's almost like I've done this before. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Any final
nice
thoughts?
talk. Not really. How about you? This is Quibbles with coffee.
Quibbles
the
over
way,
coffee, but you're fine.
Quibbles over coffee.
Yeah, Quibbles C on Twitter.
I should have introduced. I introduced you. I typed your name in the chat because someone asked, but I should have said it.
Yeah, you're fine. I don't really care. I'm not attempting to become famous at the moment. Maybe in the future I will, but I don't know. All right, cool. I think that's it.
All right.
Have a good one. Bye.
You too. All right. I'll write Alicia. Biddy, if you join my Discord, I'll send you a friend request. I have video that I'm making about narcissistic relationships, narcissistic abuse. It's not very my story. Like I know people that have had like way worse than my story. Isn't like it wasn't like raped or starved or anything, but yeah, you'll see in the video. I'm doing it now. I'm comparing. That's what it does. That's what it does. Now I'm gaslighting myself. Yes, you said it before while I was saying it. Okay. Catch you next time and wait for that video to come out. See you guys later. Good night, Smith heads.